Yeah.
It's just
Thank you for joining us, everyone. I know it's not actually morning for us. It's morning for a lot of people around the world, though, so we'll go with Morning Blend just to be consistent with that opening. And welcome to the chat, everyone. Thomas Potts, Cinnabon Bunny, Lori Roberts, Bird of Prey 5. You guys are all fantastic. Thank you for joining us. I hope that you don't get too terribly offended by this here controversial subject that we were talking about, that we are going to talk about. Rambling Canuck, welcome. Thank you for co-hosting this. And Anti-Tracker, thank you so much for showing up. I know you guys have great opinions and views on this particular subject. Rambling Canuck, would you like to describe the subject that we will be talking about for the next couple of hours?
Sure. Okay, so basically we had 3, but I'll narrow them down to 2 to make it easy. Basically, what we're going to be talking about is the what the church is perceived to be doing wrong, and what some churches, in our opinion, are doing wrong biblically, and how there is a difference between the two.
That's a very good description. My son's friend is staying here for the weekend, so
yes,
if you hear background
surprise
noise, I
guest.
apologize.
Yeah, surprise guest. We'll get the voice of the youth and drown them out with music. No, just kidding.
And I want to apologize a little bit in advance, just because I won't be able to stay for the whole thing, because I do have the commitment of being on the virtual pub on Life with Matthew's channel. So, but I'm looking forward to talking about it for as much time as I can.
No problem at all. And thank you again, Anti-Tracker, for showing up. I'm honestly hoping that my agnostic and atheist friends show up for this, but they're traveling right now, and so I'm not sure they'll have a chance to come on.
Wait, all your agnostic and atheist friends are traveling?
All 2 of them.
Oh. So what you meant was your agnostic friend and your atheist friend.
I have more than one of each. But
Well, you said friends plural, like there was a bunch of them. So, but they're all traveling, and then you said all two of them. And since we could get into the whole agnostic atheist argument about whether or not, well, two agnostics, two atheists, but there's only two people, but
or 1.5, depending.
And that probably will be, in fact, one of the subjects. But to get us started, I would like to invite my panelists to describe your past a little bit. Basically, give your testimony, if you don't mind. And then we will get into the reasons that Rambling Canuck and I put this thing together, the reasons that we think the church is not where it should be in today's society.
All right, who do you want to go first, myself or Trekker?
I said anti-Trekker.
no,
Okay.
you just said panelists. So I'm the panel.
Yeah. Yes. You got thrown under the bus. You're good.
Right.
You've been on a Bird of Prey 5 stream. You're used to it.
This is like all of his Turdistani friends are on the panel today.
My brain is broken. Well, it'll have to come out.
So I grew up in the United Methodist Church, and my parents were actually fairly active in the church. And I will tell you, I found it very, what's the right word? Distasteful. I didn't like the fact that basically the church, and this is not saying this of all United Methodists, this is just the church that I grew up in, that basically, you could take or leave parts of the Bible as you see fit. Jesus was a great guy, but so was Buddha and, everybody else. And it's like, so it was a very casual Christianity. Right. And the idea and part of the United Methodist Church, I don't know if you guys know, but the United Methodist Church is actually undergoing a schism right now over the subject of gay marriage and stuff. And so the United Methodist Church is about to split into two churches in all likelihood. And there's it's kind of funny because the United Methodists are some of the early Bible thumpers, but they're also some of the very liberal churches as well. Anyway, but I found this completely hypocritical. It didn't sit right with me. I was like, okay, so if you actually believe this stuff, why are you editing out what you don't like? So at that point, I just basically figured that all religion was a crock of my avatar, and walked away from it, and basically never looked back, or at least not for a long time. And so I went through my adolescence and young adulthood as pretty much an atheist, and at one point a very strident atheist and kind of an anti-theist. I was a dick. I'm not gonna lie. And so then I met Mrs. Anti-Trekker, and we got married, and we were pregnant with our first, and she was like, you know what? I want to raise the kids right. I want to raise them in a household that is going to church and all that. And, because, it's funny because non-religious people will say, well, it's better to raise your kids in a church environment. So we're like, okay, whatever. So we found the local United Methodist Church, and we attended there for a little while. And it was like, yeah, whatever. When the good thing about the United Methodists is that their service lasts exactly an hour, no matter where you are. And the reason for that's actually the name Methodist, is because there is a definitive method to how they do their services. It's like McDonald's. Everywhere you go, it's exactly the same. That's how it is for the Methodist Church. Is that you will sing, one song, then read one verse, then sing another song, then read one verse, and then sing another song, and the pastor gives a sermon, then another song, and then you're done. And it's like, okay, 1 hour on the nose. But wasn't really taking it seriously. And then we moved from Oregon to California. And when we were in the process of moving, we had just settled in. This was back in the days when you would go to the video store and rent things called videotapes to watch in an object called a VCR for.
I've heard of those.
Yes.
I actually met one of those archaeologists who talked
Yeah,
about it.
I understand they just dug up a whole bunch of them in a recent excavation. But so I went to the video store, and this young lady was working at the video store, and she was like, "Well, what are you looking for?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe just something with a good story." And she goes, "Well, here's this one thing about this guy. He was a complete thug. He was he was a drug dealer, and he was a gangbanger and all that. And then he shot this guy and ended up in San Quentin. Then he turned his life around while he was in prison. When he got out of San Quentin, he founded a church and became a big leader in his community and a big deal." And I said, "Wow, that's a cool, what movie is that?" And she goes, "Oh, that's the church I go to." And I was like, "Are you serious?" And so she invited us to come to their church, and it was a church run by a gentleman named Sam Huddleston, who at this point in time runs the basically the entire western region of the Assemblies of God Church. At the time, he was just a pastor of a little church in a little town, and his testimony is exactly that. He wrote an autobiography called "5 to Life" because that was his sentence when he went to San Quentin. And so then when he got out of prison, he totally turned his life around, and he talks about the love of his father, how that pulled him through it, and how he found Christ while he was in prison. And, so he was very big on prison ministries and stuff like that, which I actually, until the COVID thing shut it down, was an active participant of at our current church. And just absolutely fell in love with hearing the gospel message unpolluted by modern politics. And so
if I understand what you're saying correctly, you're currently in a Assemblies of God church?
No, that's where we would say we got saved per se, but no, currently
okay.
The church I currently attend is a non-denominational church.
All right.
And the church, you guys, if you've seen any of my church live streams, you've heard the music from that church. And that church is literally a renovated warehouse by renovated, I mean they brought it up to code. I mean, that's not about it. And we do a system called expository teaching, which I think is so refreshing.
That is my absolute favorite kind of teaching. I love expository teaching.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, it means you don't skip around in the Bible. You don't pick a verse here, pick a verse there to kind of weave together a narrative. Instead, you start at chapter 1 of a book, and you go through that entire book. And so, like right now, we're doing the book of Matthew. By the time we're done with the book of Matthew, we will have been in the book of Matthew for about 11 months. And so that's taking it line by line, verse by verse, not skipping anything. And that means the really cool stuff, and that also means the really hard stuff, the stuff that a lot of Christians don't like to talk about.
That is generally the way I teach. On Sunday mornings when I do the morning blend, I usually pick a topic and go old school Pentecostal on how I teach, but I prefer the 5-year Bible studies by Chuck Smith and the 5-year Bible study by Dr. Vernon McGee.
Oh, I used to love Dr. McGee's radio program.
Dr. McGee's radio program was fantastic. Still is, actually, and it's still on the radio. It's still on the internet. I actually have it on CD. And I use that as one of my study references.
Although it's still for those of you who've never listened to Dr. McGee, he has a very interesting mannerism to him, and he pronounces some words a little weird, like Jerusalem. I don't know why that's how he says it, but that's just him.
Well, he's a Southern boy.
Yeah, he is. And it's just like how some people say Jesus. It's like, geez, us. No, it's whatever.
Sorry, I interrupted your...
No, that's okay. So that's where we basically found our first exposure to what Christianity was really about having a relationship between man and the divine. Whereas in the Methodist Church, it was just something you did. at least in the Methodist church where I attended. And then we've been attending now at the Experience Community Church where we go now for about 6 years. We found it shortly after we moved to Tennessee, and we felt very fortunate that we found that church because Corey Tremble, the lead pastor, and his staff are just incredible.
Oh, wow, I've heard of Corey Tremble.
Oh, okay, well, yeah.
Wow.
Really, you have? Well, I don't know where you are, so I don't know.
I'm in Arizona, and I've heard of him. So
yeah, he travels around a little bit. And the amazing thing, and this is why I love the topic you're talking about today, is that Corey Tremble, when he started out, he had no pastoral training. He didn't go to Bible school or anything. He was sick and tired of the non-authentic Christian. And so what people called it when he first started were the anti-church church. And so he basically would preach an entire series of lessons about how much the church has screwed people over the years.
Wow.
And why we need to turn that around.
And that's one of the reasons that Rambling Canuck and I really wanted to do this this stream at this particular topic. So in order to be able to express these opinions while you're still here, I want to go ahead and move on to Rambling Canuck, and you can give your testimony on your life in the Christian church.
Well, all right. So now that Anthony Tricker's buried the United Church, I grew up in the United Church.
You're not a Methodist, are you?
No.
Or are you? Yeah.
No.
Well, that's the Methodist Church is different than the United Church.
Yes. So the church I grew up in is my avatar right now, Augustine United, and I grew up in the church. For most of my younger life. By 8, I was already fill in for the person who, when the person who was supposed to do the readings didn't show up, that was me. They'd hand me the paper, say you're on in 5. That was me. I helped the Sunday school teachers I was just basically jack of all trades, master of none up until 12. When I was 12, my faith basically got shook to the core because I was at church every Sunday. I did everything I could for the church. I believed unconditionally. And then at 12, my mom died. Mm-hmm. And my immediate question was, what the fuck? Why me? This isn't fair.
That's like the most common thing in the world when something like that happens.
I was 12 years old, and I was thrown into a world that I wasn't expecting. I was doing everything right, checking all the boxes, doing everything the way I was supposed to do it. And in my opinion, at that time, well, that didn't fucking work. So I shut down for a while. It wasn't till I came back around 16, 17 that I went back into Augustine. I was away for about 4 years. And then I finally walked through the doors again. And I happened to be late for service. And as I walked in, the organ was playing. And I didn't make it to the main sanctuary. I started crying. And from that point, I don't go every Sunday. But from that point, Augustine will always be my home. And it renewed my faith the minute I walked through the doors. So that's mine.
All right. Have a good night breeze. Get some rest. And we'll see you later on throughout the week, I'm sure. Night breeze is everywhere.
He is.
I try to be everywhere, but I'm not as good at it as Night Breeze is. All right, I guess it's my turn to tell my testimony. I grew up in a Pentecostal church, Foursquare, which is very similar to that one you went to.
It's funny. We went to a Foursquare church for a brief time in Portland. So,
and I grew up in that church, so I grew up very, very conservative as far as churches and the Christian faith is concerned, meaning that you had to be resaved every once in a while. So that's the church I grew up in. Now, I had my wild years when I turned 18 and I joined the military. I went out, and for 5 years I spent my life being as heathenistic as I could possibly be. I literally went out there, and I found that it really is. It's like ash in your mouth. But again, that's it's a combination of being raised that way and having been in the church at that time for that particular style of teaching. Now, fast forward 5 years, and I'm getting married to my ex-wife. And
that's not something you hear every day.
I know, right? and she takes me to one of the larger churches in Southern California. It's not one of the mega churches, but it's one of the larger churches, and it was not Foursquare. It was non-denominational. And I had an epiphany. I do not have to subscribe to a specific doctrine of a church as long as I read the Bible, I understand the Bible, I am saved through my faith in the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Now I can say you only need to be saved once. When I was a teenager, I couldn't say that. You had to be saved all the time, because Pentecostals, every time you do something that's against doctrine, you have to go and rededicate your life to to the Christian faith. And so it was it really was a difficult transition for me, having gone from the strict conservative you can never sin ever or you will never go to heaven, to absolute heathenistic lifestyle, to a freedom in Christianity that most people have never experienced. Because a lot of people that I've met are churchgoers, but they're not free Christians. And I'll explain that later on. But I want your guys' opinion on that subject.
As far as being a churchgoer but not a free Christian?
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have probably just stated that as a question all by itself. But
well, it's actually, well, I mean, that's the problem is there are too many people at the churches that are just seat warmers, right? They do show up. They do it because it's kind of like when I was talking about the Methodist Church when I was a kid. It's something you do. It's not who you are. It's not a core part of you. It's just what you do on Sunday from 9 o'clock to 10:30 or whatever.
Because that's expected and that's socially acceptable, and that's what you are expected to do if you want to be socially upward mobile in your community.
Right. So, and so I do have a problem with that in general, as far as, people like to, they don't take it seriously. That's the problem, is that people, when people are going to, if you're going to commit themselves to a relationship with the divine, to actually understanding and believing that, Christ was in fact God made flesh, that he sacrificed himself for us, all that. If you're going to take it seriously, take it seriously. If you're not, why even pretend? And Paul himself wrote about that. It's like, you know what? If this is all a load of crap, then eat, drink, and be merry.
Yes.
Those were his words in the Bible. And so I don't understand that mentality. I really don't. And that's why I walked away from the church, because I didn't want to be that. And that's like on the larger questions you're asking, what is the church doing wrong? Well, quite frankly, the church is, the leadership in the church is, for the most part, content with that. They are perfectly fine with bench warmers as long as their numbers are good, their revenue's good. They're running it like a business,
And
not like a church.
Yeah, exactly. And they're coming in and they're giving their tithes and they're giving their offerings.
Mm-hmm.
And once in a while, they'll show up to a picnic or help build a stage or something like that.
Right.
But they're not, they're not going out there and talking to people and proselytizing. They're not participating
Right.
so much in the activities of the church. They just show up on Sundays, fill up a seat, give their tithes and offerings, and a lot of churches are more happy that they do that than participate in the activities of the church.
Right.
Well, and to add, because my biggest pet peeve when it comes to being in a church, and it's gotten to the point now where I can sit in a church and I can go, that one, that one, that one, and it's the ones that are like YouTubers, some YouTubers, where you have a YouTube personality and you have the personality that people see in real life. So you have a church personality,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if you're at church, you act one way. The minute you're home, you act another.
I've been to a lot of those Christian houses. They invite me for dinner, and when I come into the house, it's chaos. I mean, they present themselves one way when they come to church, and then when you go to their house, it's like, really? Why do you present yourself one way in the church and then you invite people to come to your house? You should be embarrassed the way you're acting right now.
Well, the thing is that it's something that I've always said, the I'm fine mentality. They, if you ask someone how they're doing and their answer is, oh, I'm fine, that's a lie.
Yes.
Absolutely. I use it all the time. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah, the I'm fine mentality is just all wrong. And that's a massive problem in the church, is that people want to, they want to project themselves as being fine. They want to project themselves as being good, because the last thing they want to do is admit there's a problem ever. But the thing is that that's exactly where you should be able to admit that problem. That's exactly where you should be comfortable to talk about your weakness. If you're not comfortable in a church to talk about your problems, then where the heck are you going to be comfortable talking about your problems?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane to me. And so that's why, one thing I appreciate about a lot of the people at the church that we go to now is that, hey, you know what? If someone's struggling and you say, hey, how you doing? They're going to tell you, well, man, I'm going to tell you, I can't pay the bills. I don't know what I'm going to do. And it's like, well, have you talked to this person or that person, about see if you can get some help or whatever. And, because we try to look out for each other. We try to be what the Bible says to be, which is a community that supports each other. And if you can, if you can't, and I think I wish I could tell you chapter and verse. I'm not very good at that. But, if you cannot support the people around you, then what kind of relationship are you going to have with God? That's if you can't love the people that you can see, how are you going to love the divine that you can't?
Yeah. And I want to point out this particular scripture. It's from Matthew 22, verses 37 to 40. And it says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. That's the New International Version. I know a lot of people prefer the King James Version, but that's the point that I'm trying to get to. If you don't love your neighbor as yourself, if you cannot love your Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind, and at the same time love your neighbor as yourself, then you're not being a Christian, and that came out of the mouth of Jesus.
And the problem is that then when you start getting, the churches are more interested in their own doctrines than they're interested in a genuine relationship with God. And that's it just drives me absolutely bonkers when you see these churches that, like, okay, to give you an example, I know that there's a lot of different Pentecostal churches, but generally speaking, when you're talking about a Pentecostal church, there are churches that, do the more, shall we say, showboaty things that people do in church, right? Like people speaking in tongues and people, the charismatic church.
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't think so.
Right. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. If you're not comfortable with that kind of thing, well, then don't go to that kind of church.
Yes, exactly. Go 2 blocks down the street and find a different church that you're more comfortable in.
It's kind of like, Corey always says, what's the best translation of the Bible? The one that you'll read.
Yes.
That's his honest answer anytime somebody asks. He's, as long as it's not from some fringe group like the neo-Nazi Bible or something. As long as it's not something like that. The translation that you will read is the right translation. But you get, you just get all these people that they get worked up in these doctrines, and so like in the Assemblies of God Church, their official doctrine was that you're basically not saved unless you speak in tongues.
I actually, yes, that is one of the doctrines that Foursquare says, and I grew up in that mentality, and it was insane because I never did, except for one time, and that was the last time I ever did it.
and the thing is that that's the ironic thing about that type of a doctrine, which obviously there are multiple churches that believe that, even though that's antithetical to what the Bible actually says on the subject.
Yes.
Paul actually writes that speaking in tongues is the least of the spiritual gifts. Yeah. And it's meaningless if there's not someone else there to translate for you.
Exactly. Yeah. And Paul was brilliant, Pharisee of the Pharisees. If you don't mind, I'd like to welcome my daughter to the chat. Taylor, thank you for joining us.
Yes, welcome.
She gets special treatment because she's my daughter.
Yeah, it's funny you said, my daughter Taylor, and then I hear Rambling Canuck's voice. I'm like, that's your daughter? Okay. She's got a rather deep voice.
Jeez, I just said welcome. Jeez, I was trying to be nice. Yeah, go figure.
Yeah, but I thought you were Taylor. He said, welcome, Taylor. Then the next thing I hear is...
You need to lay off the Star Trek. It's rotting your brain.
Discovery hasn't come back on yet.
She's still got that lovely lower decks.
Well, lower decks, I can deal with. Discovery, that's going to be hard.
Yeah.
I really
right, back to the matter at hand.
Yes, back to the subject. We're not letting this one go off the rails.
Nope.
But yes, that is. Here's my thing: is whether it be a Catholic church, a Protestant church, any religious organization, honestly, and I'm talking even if you're a member of a mosque, in the times of need, you should be building a barn for your neighbor. You should be passing out food every other day or every weekend if you're capable. And so members of a church should not be spending money on new sound systems. Members of churches should be spending money on purchasing clothing and passing that out. And there are I do say most churches are actually doing that in this time. But then you also have the extremely liberal churches that you were talking about earlier that are selfish, and they want to grow the size of their church and get more money. And
right,
it's those churches that should be out there on the front lines doing the jobs that the smaller churches with trust me, they are in debt up to their eyeballs, the smaller churches doing those things. So
yes, Augustine is always on the verge of shutting down.
Say again?
Yes, Augustine, the one that I go to, is always dealing with that, because all the collection plate that gets collected, for most of it, 75% of the collection plate goes towards they hold basically a luncheon every day, because the area where my church is, there's a lot of homeless and a lot of low income. So every day the church opens the doors at about 11 o'clock, and they have, sandwiches and coffee, and it's a place for everyone to get together. And they do that every day, and it's funded strictly by the collection plate. And a lot of that could have been going, so you have to have fundraisers for stuff like when the big, enormous roof that's on this sucker starts to leak, and you got to pay enormous amounts of money. I think the last roof repair to Augustine was over $100,000. But none of that is from the collection plate. That's all for the oak table, which basically supplies the neighborhood with at least one meal a day. And that's where that goes.
You know what? That is a great way. That is what I mean. I know that you need to maintain your church. You need to upgrade things once in a while. But I love it that your church is nearly bankrupt because they're feeding the poor.
Well, and I'll tell you about it's a.
I'm sorry, Anti-Tracker. If you don't mind, just
Sure.
1 minute. I want to say welcome to the ambassador. And
good evening.
if you guys don't mind, we've all told our testimony. I would like to give the ambassador a chance to tell his testimony.
Okay.
If you're willing to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to apologize, Cece. Like I said, I just seen your message a little while ago, and I saw your topic, and I was like, yeah, I'm absolutely in. And I appreciate the invite and everything. Rambling Canuck, I know it's been a while since you and I have streamed. Anti-Trekker, I have watched you and everything on your Sunday streams in particular before I go to church. Actually, I've really enjoyed your stuff, and
thank you.
It's really a pleasure to meet you formally. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah. I have CC. I have no problem sharing my testimony. I did a video on it and everything back last year when I started my channel to show some transparency. But I have no problem recounting it whatsoever. I'll try and keep it succinct as best as I can. I was raised in the church the majority of my life. I went to my family was part of a relatively small Protestant church. We were part of the United Church of Christ. That was the denomination I was raised in as a young man. We ended up leaving the denomination in the mid-90s over some decisions that were made by the head of the denomination, the main body of leadership that my family and everything couldn't support. And for the majority of my teen years and my early 20s and everything, we weren't in church. In 2009, my mother took very badly ill and almost lost her. I was with my now ex-wife. And some certain facts about some family history came to light, primarily the fact that I was adopted at birth had come to light and everything through finding some paperwork and what have you. And it was because of that revelation and the circumstances around it that caused me to go into a very severe depression. And up until that point, I had never been a person that had dealt with depression whatsoever. I was a very upbeat person, but I had a falling out with my mother. I had a falling out with the majority of my family that's still alive and everything. And it was not pretty. Not to mention, I was in a very toxic relationship with, as I said, my now ex-wife. That's why she is my ex-wife. In 2010, I attempted to commit suicide. Obviously, did not succeed, thankfully, by the grace of God, amongst
yes,
other things. So it was because of that became the catalyst for a series of events and everything to take place. One of my ex-wife's co-workers and everything reached out to her and at their work, and my ex-wife had been sharing. I'm using that phrase because that's what she is now, just to save on confusion. Reached out to her and it said she knew I was dealing with some personal issues and everything, and maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to get back into church. There was actually a non-denominational church or anything in my hometown that I grew up in that we started attending. I had not been back in church in 20 some odd years, if not more. And I was very much accustomed to the very traditional format of a church service. This was anything but. It had a much more contemporary feel to it. The sanctuary didn't have a lot of ornamentation to it. It didn't. They didn't do musical worship in the way that I was accustomed to. There were electric guitars, there were drums, there were keyboards. There were people up on. Yeah.
I was in a worship team for 30 years, so trust me, I know what you're talking about.
So, but after a little while, for me, the music was the hardest thing to wrap my brain around. It was the pastor and his style of giving his sermon was okay, I'm going to hang on for dear life to this because this was familiar. I'm comfortable with this. I liked how he did his sermon, although he didn't dress like a pastor normally would because, as I said, I grew up in a relatively conservative Protestant church and everything. And the pastor always wore a suit and his robe over that. This pastor, he was usually in dress slacks and a polo shirt. Or he would wear a suit on occasion, but he never wore any formal attire like I was accustomed to.
Right.
And after being there for a month or so, what he was saying really started to sink into me because the way that he did his sermons, they led much more to practical application in life rather than espousing from scripture, although he did blend that into his messages. But the one thing that he really talked about was the idea of having relationship with God and Christ. And that was something that I had heard about, but I wasn't terribly familiar with or anything. It wasn't something that was really espoused all that much when I did go to church as a kid. And it was in October of 2010. I was actually, at that time, I was working security at a local factory and everything. I was working the graveyard shift. Wasn't particularly busy. And over the preceding weeks and everything, me and my mother, we had talked, we had hashed things out. A family friend met with us to help us kind of smooth things over. Me and my mother were in a good place, thankfully. And still are to this day, obviously. But it was that night when I was working graveyard shift, I was like, God, I have gone through hell and back over the last several months. I almost lost my mother, found out about my adoption, had a falling out with my family. And I was like, I have come so far, yet I've still got this weight on my back. And I don't know how to get rid of it. And I was like, I'm hearing all this stuff about how I'm supposed to talk to you like you're my friend, how you're right there by my side. And I was like, this makes sense to me. Makes sense to me in a way that I never thought it would. So I fell to my knees. I closed my eyes. I said, God, take this burden off my back.
That's the best prayer that any Christian can make.
I knelt there for several minutes, and it was, like I said, it was graveyard shift, so I didn't figure anybody would come through, and obviously thankfully nobody did it, because it would look kind of odd. But I felt something that I cannot fully explain. I'll put it into a context that I hope will make sense. I have talked with several people at that time. I talked with my pastor. I talked with my friends of the family who were in the church. I talked with friends who were themselves Christians to one degree or another. And one of my friends or anything, she said to me, that sounds like the hand of God just reached down into you and pulled all that junk out of you.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
If you don't mind my interrupting,
sure. Yeah.
Master, Anti-Trekker, you have another stream to get to. Is that correct?
I don't have to run just yet. I still got my alarm goes off in like 15 minutes, but then I can spare a few minutes after that. I always give myself a little margin of safety.
All right. Ambassador, go ahead and finish your testimony.
Okay. Well, I can wrap this up in 10 minutes or less.
I would hope so.
Wow, you sound like a Pentecostal pastor right now. I got 2 sentences to say, so I can do this in 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
That sounds right.
Okay. I will give you all the extremely abbreviated version. Essentially, over the next several months, I dedicated my life to Christ. I have dedicated my life to being a servant of God and of His church, and I'm working towards becoming a ordained and licensed pastor of the United Methodist denomination. And I've been going to school for the last 7 years to that end.
Very cool.
And I am happily remarried to my now second wife, Madam Ambassador, and we just celebrated our 5-year anniversary in May. So there, done. Period.
Sorry, I really wanted to get back on the subject.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine.
The church could be doing better, and Anti-Trekker had a point that he was trying to make prior to me interrupting him and allowing you to give your testimony. But that testimony was fantastic.
No, that was good.
So, thank you very much, and I'm sorry you had to go through that. But it's one of the things that Christians need to do more often is actually express their testimony. Mm-hmm. I think that's absolutely amazing that you lived through all of that, and now your faith is stronger than it's ever been, and I am absolutely proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't know if you remember the point you were trying to make.
Well, although it's kind of funny because you were talking about how this guy didn't look like what you were used to seeing, because he was wearing, like slacks and a polo. And you made me think about the fact that, like, Corey on a typical Sunday morning will be wearing jeans and a T-shirt, and he will be barefoot while he's usually up there preaching. No reason, and he's the first to say, no, there's no spiritual reason that he goes barefoot while he's preaching. He just does it because he feels more comfortable that way. And so he usually goes up there wearing flip-flops, and he kicks them off when he's up there preaching.
Yes, as a matter of fact, one of the reasons that I wanted to do this particular stream, and I talked about this with Rambling Canuck last night when we were setting this up. Pastor Chuck Smith from Calvary Chapel. I'm not sure if any of you guys are familiar with that particular branch of Protestantism.
I don't know their
heard of
church.
it, but I
I've
don't
heard
know a
of it,
whole
but
lot
I don't know
about
much about it.
But Pastor Chuck Smith was invited to a Bible study to help teach the Bible study. He was a Foursquare pastor prior to that. And so he was invited to the Bible study, and they just kept inviting him back. And he did expository teaching, which is line by line, verse by verse, chapter by chapter, all the way through the Bible. And so they just kept inviting him back, and eventually it became a nationwide church, and then it became a worldwide church. And Pastor Chuck was walking with his wife down the beach in the early 70s in California, and there were a bunch of hippies and displaced persons. And he turned to his wife and he said, "We need to teach these people." And so he threw the doors of the church open. And so you would see surfers in Rachi sandals sitting in the front row, cross-legged on the floor. And you would see, people in suits and ties who've been going to church their entire lives, all mixed together in the same church. And Pastor Chuck always wore a Hawaiian shirt.
Well, and if I might interject just real quick, if you really want to dig back into the history of the early church, there is precedent for that, because if you think about it, the early church was made up primarily of Jews. It wasn't until Peter and the rest of the apostles, and Paul in particular, started reaching out to the Gentile community, that the church really saw a massive, I mean massive influx of non-Jewish members into the body, and that's why so much of Paul's writing and of different other books from the New Testament dealt with how do non-Jewish Christians integrate themselves into the church. That's why you've got so many of the early church fathers who were doing a lot of commentary on such things, because there was a shift in the church.
Yeah. I like the story that is told in, I can't remember the book that it's even in. But Paul, it's in Acts. Okay, it's in Acts. Okay. Peter comes up to visit with Paul in Antioch, and they're having dinner. And Peter gets up and moves to the table with the Jews, because that's where he thinks he's supposed to be, while Paul stays at the table with all the Gentiles. And that's Paul takes Peter outside and says, "What do you think you're doing? You need to stop this division in the church. You need to understand that God said," and the vision that Peter had, you can eat whatever you want, right? And so Paul is explaining Peter's own vision to him at that time, like, you need to stop doing that because it is still causing division in our church.
Very true. Well, even nowadays, you've got division amongst you've even got division amongst the different Protestant denominations.
Oh yeah, I know.
and the crazy thing for me is I'm actually in a interfaith marriage. I am Protestant. I am a Methodist. My wife is Catholic, and we don't butt heads.
That's got to be.
Well, in some ways, it's not as different. Honestly, Anti-Tracker, it's not as difficult. It's not as tenuous as you might think. because being as I am Methodist, I am just basically 2 steps down from Catholic.
Yeah, it's Catholic light.
Yeah, because it goes Catholic, and then it goes Lutheran, and then it goes Methodist.
Right.
And then I think it's Episcopalian is a step down from that. But honestly, I've been to Mass numerous times with my wife. During my seminary education, I even had the opportunity to go to a couple of Friday night services at a synagogue. And
you see, now, where I would probably find it difficult would probably be the fact that you're going through seminary. That I could see how that might make her priest feel a little uncomfortable. Depends on the priest, I know, but and some, it's funny because there are your hardcore Catholics, and then you have your not so hardcore Catholics.
And those are the divisions in the church that I really don't think should exist.
Yeah,
mind you, there were wars fought over this subject.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I have studied those wars. Believe me, they were not pleasant.
Oh,
you want to talk about mess?
There are lots of pleasant wars. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I've never met a war I didn't like.
Okay, Andy Picker, I have heard your brand of humor before, so you're not going to throw me off.
No, it's the problem though is that there are so many Christians where if you actually had the nerve to say that a Catholic is a Christian, they'd get all worked up, right? Because how can you call a Catholic a Christian? They worship Mary, and it's like, okay, dude, you really
don't worship Mary. They venerate Mary. There's a complete total difference.
And while there are,
go ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
I was going to say there are some Catholic doctrines that I would be like, I don't know if I agree with that. But for the most part, the what we would call the majors, for the most part, we agree on.
We do, and that's the point. And what are the majors? So you have your ABCs, and I am a member of the Southern Baptist Convention, but I'm not going to say the ABCs. So you admit that you are a sinner, and then you believe that Christ is the Son of God, died and rose again for your sins. And then you commit yourself. Okay, I did do the ABCs. I can't believe I remembered it.
See, here's the thing. Most every denomination agrees that humanity is fallen because of and I'm going to say this, and I hope it gets through, because of the screw up of Adam and Eve.
No, don't you know it's all Eve's fault. You didn't.
No.
Yeah.
They both screwed up.
I've said that as a joke before, and it really did not land. It's all Eve's fault. I don't do that joke anymore, but it really did not land well.
I can imagine. But no, it was Adam and Eve's fault. They were both equally to blame. So.
No, I agree. I mean, I'm not obviously arguing that that point, but yeah, the thing is that we get so worked up on the negativity that we forget about the very basic philosophy that we all share. And in a funny way, it's similar to why I've been ranting about the SJWs and the fandom menace, because they're fighting over all this stuff, even though what their commonality is a fandom over Trek, and yet they're fighting like the other side is the worst people on the face of this planet, right?
Yes.
And I understand there are some serious differences there, but that's why, okay, well, if you're a fan of Menace kind of person, then you don't have to watch Star Trek Discovery if you don't want to. And if you're an SJW, you don't have to watch the original series if you don't want to, and that's perfectly okay, And so, if you like we talked about before, Rambling Canuck feels very moved by a classic hymn played on a pipe organ. I don't.
Who wouldn't?
But I hear a really good keyboard and guitar riff going in one of the songs that we sing, and it gets to me, right? You
Yeah.
know, so like my favorite church song is the one I play at the beginning of my church live streams. I don't care about the fact that Hillsong gives me a copyright strike every time I do it because I love that
Oh,
song.
no.
Hey.
Hillsong should not be doing that.
No, they shouldn't be, but they do. I get a copyright strike on all my church live streams
Holy
because
cow. I don't even get copyright strikes on my Alan Jackson's version of How Great Thou Art.
yeah.
Well,
And
you
so-
know, and hey, go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead, NH.
Well, no, and so we get all worked up over the minutia of it without realizing that there is, yes, the minutia is there. And if you have a problem with, you know, if you think that somebody should go to church and be formal about it, you think about Paul talking about women covering their heads, and that means women should always wear hats at church and men shouldn't and all that. And, you know, if that's important to you, great. Go to a Southern Baptist church. I have no problem with that. And because I know a lot of Southern Baptists do that kind of stuff, and that's perfectly okay. If you think that it's okay to be a little more laid back and just come as you are kind of thing, then you go to a non-denominational or even a Methodist church or something like that. If you think that service should be very reverent, you go to a Catholic or Lutheran type of church. You know, if you think that it should be very contemporary, you might go to a Foursquare or a non-denominational church or what, you know, and there's a million different options there that are all great options. You know,
Yes,
the important thing is you go to
that's one of the problems that we're having right now is you are trying to change the church instead of moving to another church that agrees with you.
Right. And as far as style, now on substance, obviously, if a church is teaching bad teachings, you need to be aware of that. And that's where, as a believer, it is your duty. And this is something I learned from Pastor Huddleston at the Assemblies of God church we went to, is that he challenged us every week to, you know, as he said, you know, don't take my word for it. You know, read it yourself. And if you disagree with me, you call me out on it. You know, and he was very big on. That's why I have, you know, an exhaustive concordance. That's why I have a lexicon. That's why I do the deep dives that I like to do, so that I can, you know, I can get a deeper understanding of some of this stuff. But not everybody's ready for the deep waters, right? Not everybody needs to do that. Some people, like, you know, Paul would say, you know, need the baby food. And that's perfect.
The mother's milk is a lot of Christians these days.
And that's perfectly okay, especially right now. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world. A lot of people are freaked out. And so it's like, okay, if you can't handle any more than Jesus loves you and sing some songs and all that, that's fine, right? But sooner or later, you're going to have to grow beyond that.
Yeah,
You know, because I assume you don't want a low rent condo in heaven. I assume you'd rather have a nice place. So, you know, and that's
being that Taylor is my daughter, I actually do.
Oh, okay.
I do know what she's talking about in this particular situation.
You know, the funny thing about what she's saying, you know, when we talk about judging, is that the ironic thing is that it's more okay to judge churches based on doctrines and stuff like that than it is to ever judge a non-believer on anything, right? And that's where, you know, Christians really get the judging thing messed up. They think that they are beyond reproach. Don't you dare judge me, but look at these heathens and their gay marriage or whatever, you know. And Paul himself said, how could you possibly expect these people to act like Christians when they're not Christians?
Yes.
exactly.
You know,
And a correlation to that, if you don't mind, judge not lest ye be judged is often misinterpreted.
right.
Yes, I would agree with that.
In that the judge not, you are not supposed to judge non-Christians. Other than if they're doing something illegal, obviously, or whatever the case may be. But you are not supposed to judge non-Christians, and this includes the LGBTQ plus community. You as a Christian are not supposed to judge that community unless they are a Christian in your church. You are the pastor or one of the elders in the church, and they try to become an elder in that church. Then you must judge their actions. Rambling Canuck actually has a great story about this, and I would like for him to tell that story, if you don't mind, Rambling.
Which one?
The one about your minister.
Oh, yes. Okay, so when my dad died, just give me a second.
Just real quick, any tracker. You mentioned lexicon. What type do you use? Do you use a Hebrew or do you use a Greek?
I use the Greek more.
Okay.
And because honestly, I find the New Testament to be more interesting and that's just my own thing. Because now the Old Testament has some really interesting stuff in it too, but you know, and I'm not saying the Old Testament is irrelevant like some people do. I just think that the what, if you want to study what it means to be a Christian, you really need to look at the Gospels and and the letters, and of course, you know, and people like to jump to, like, you know, okay, they get the Gospel, okay, yeah, Jesus was around, yeah, he did some neat things, he was killed, he rose, okay, and then let's go to Revelation where all the weird stuff happens, and it's like, whoa, you are missing 90% of the instruction in the New Testament.
Revelation is deep and difficult,
right?
And you must have the background of Daniel, and you know what? I've even referenced Job when I was teaching on Revelation. So, I mean, you have to have the background of the rest of the Bible in order to understand, let alone enjoy Revelation the way Christians are supposed to.
And can I just say, it's so refreshing to hear a pair of Christians actually say the title of that book properly.
The Revelation. It is not plural.
Thank you. I remember when I was an undergrad in seminary, in my everything, working on my bachelor's, my professor for New Testament said, "It's Revelation, not Revelations. There's no S." And every time I hear it in a movie, it just makes, it's like fingernails on chalkboard. It's like, you godless heathen. It's not Revelations. Whoever wrote the script, I want to.
The movie.
Well, I mean, actually, if you look at the title of the book, it's The Revelation of John.
Right? Or St. John. Yeah.
And so that's the proper context of the word, is that this is the revelation is given to this person who passed it on to us, but good luck understanding it if you are not already at a pretty deep waters kind of, you know, that's not a place to start.
For heaven's sake, we've had this book in our possession for what, 1,500 years or more?
Well, 1,700 years, but
1,700 years, and we still don't understand it.
Right. And of course, every time somebody thinks they do, and they announce that Doomsday is happening on November 12th of whatever.
All right, Rambling Canuck, are you prepared?
Yeah, I had to mute my phone.
All right, he's getting his notes together here. Well, actually, I need to run because I do need to walk Auntie before the Life with Matthew stream. But it was a pleasure meeting you, Ambassador, and always Mr. CC and Rambling Canuck. You guys are awesome.
Thank you for being on here, giving your testimony and your opinion on what we should be doing as a church rather than what is happening in the community.
Sure. Hey, if there's one thing I've got a lot of, it's opinion. So, all right, you guys have a good one.
Would you like to plug anything upcoming for yourself before you go?
Well, I'm going to be on Live with Matthew in approximately a half an hour, and then a few hours after that, I'll be watching Lower Decks episode 2, and then I'll be doing a live stream with Bird of Prey right after that.
You poor man.
And then I'm going to be putting together a review of episode 2, and then I'm going to get some sleep, and then tomorrow I promised the wife that we were just going to hang out. So that's the plan.
I've heard of that thing called sleep. One of these days, I'm going to
I've heard of it too.
Introduce myself to it.
Yeah, bloody hell.
All right, guys, take care and see y'all later.
All right,
it was a pleasure.
Or anti-tracker, sorry. All right, Rambling, it's your turn. I want you to tell that story.
Okay, so this is going to get a little long-winded. So, oh well, because I do have to explain a couple of things because
Sorry,
a few
little
people
joke.
are going to a few people are going to take exception with this. However,
I actually do take exception with it, but
yes, I know you do. That's why I said I have to preface this because it's a very touchy subject within the church, shall we say. When my father passed, the minister who presided over my father's funeral was very openly gay and very lesbian. However, I have a connection with that minister because when I was 9 and in the church, and as I said in my testimony, I was very active in the church up until 12 when my mother passed. And I kind of went on a little bit of a tirade of, well, I've been doing everything right and you take my mother? Screw you. But at any rate, young and foolish. But at any rate, when I was about 9, this person came into the church. At the time, this person was living on the streets, doing drugs, drinking every night, partying. When she entered the church, she went by Snake. That's how she introduced herself. However, between that time and, as a matter of fact, she started to get rid of. She got a place. She got a job. She started turning her life around. Then she started to become part of the church. And she started off in Sunday school. Her first day in Sunday school as a leader in the Sunday school, they threw her in because the person called in sick. And she had no idea where anything was. And she was basically in tears in the back because it was her first test, shall we say, within the Augustine community to see if she could handle more responsibility. And she was in tears because she didn't know where anything was. No idea what the week before was. And I showed her where everything was. I showed her where the keys were hidden. I showed her because I was the last minute guy for the most part at 9. If they needed a scripture read, it was me. If they needed an extra person on collections, that was me. If they needed, my choir robe was 22. But anyway, so long and the short of it, I seen where she started and I seen where she got to. So for me, I accepted it. Now, the funny part about that story is at my father's funeral, she did a very lovely service for my father. And we have a family friend that is very, very vocal and very, very, very very hard-line Christian. I'll put it that way, for lack of a better term. Now, I did not tell him what I just told you. I just let him sit in the pews and experience my father's funeral because he was part of the dear friend of the family. And it made me smirk and laugh to myself because he's very anti-gay. He's very anti-gay marriage. He's they're all heathens. They're going to hell, yada, yada, yada. However, after the funeral, he came up to me and he was telling me about how we made the right choice for minister to preside over my father's funeral. Because by the way she was talking and the scriptures that she chose, he could tell that she was very much in the faith, deep in the faith, and strong in her convictions. I never did tell him that she was lesbian because he sat there for the next 45 minutes going on and on and on about how great of a minister she was. And the only reason that he did that was because he didn't know the backstory. And I think that's one of the things that makes me annoyed as a Christian, is we sit there and we will look at someone and we will state that they cannot do this, they cannot do that because of thus. And yet, I have a part of my life where we see someone who was fallen, hit rock bottom, went through rock bottom, and was on their way out. And a little building pulled her away from that. Did she change everything in her life? No. But when she stood up at that pulpit, what she said was powerful, and what she said was truthful, and it was from the Bible. Now, many would say, well, just on the fact that she was a lesbian, you should have rode her out of there on the rails. To me, that seems anti-Christian.
Yeah.
To me. Because I also hate churches that sit there and go, we have a dress code around here. Oh, really? Your dress code should be the birthday suit. You dumb son of a bitches. And that's just my thoughts on that one. It doesn't matter if the guy's got holy socks, holy jeans, and a holy shirt. He should be able to walk through that door.
Yes.
And if he can't, you're in the wrong church, in my opinion.
I agree.
Thank you for sharing that story. I know we talked about it last night. We talked about it a little bit earlier today as well. And it's all right. It's been mentioned in the chat, and of course I mentioned it as well. Judge not lest ye be judged. So I also want to follow that up with judge rightly. So we are not judging non-Christians. However, if someone comes into your church, becomes a member of your church, and wants to come onto a senior council or become a bishop or whatever you guys call them, just the church council or something like that, you need to judge them rightly. So you are required as the pastor, as the head of your church, you are required to judge these people, whether they be good or bad. You need to make that judgment. And I have seen churches which have accepted SJW or LGBTQ persons onto the council simply because that seemed the right thing to do at the time, and that church went downhill real fast.
Imagine.
So I'm not saying that the LGBTQ community ruins churches. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you need to judge the person, because there are a lot of churches where members of the senior council are adulterers and crooks and well, I'm a drunken feller myself.
Well, for case in point, I have religious conversations with a friend of mine who is very much an atheist and also a gay man. And I consider him a dear friend, but when we get to this conversation, he summed it up like thus: the church hates me, so I shall return the favor.
Yeah.
And if I may interject for just a second, I say this with all sincerity. If that's how your friend feels, then I feel the church needs to try and reach out to this man and say, No, the church doesn't hate you. I, as a Christian, can say this. I don't hate him, even though I will probably never meet him this side of heaven. But I don't hate him, because to hate is not to be a Christian.
Yes, and that's part of what I wanted to. One of the topics I wanted to bring up on this conversation is that I think as a church, whether it doesn't matter the denomination, we tend to really.
Now, this Robert Rose Jr. brings up a very good point, and I've seen this argument before. Like I said, I grew up in Foursquare, which was founded by Amy Simple McPherson. So I'm not as much against female pastors. And as for lesbians or the gay or the LGBTQ community, I'm not saying they can't be Christians, and I'm not saying that they can't be ministers. What I'm saying is, if their personal point of view is going to bring down a church, then that is what you have to judge, and that is what you have to eliminate in your congregation.
I would agree with that.
Yes, because I would say, and this is kind of apropos in this kind of a conversation, to play devil's advocate, there are many straight white or other color, socially acceptable ministers that miss the mark by a country damn mile.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would wholeheartedly agree with you.
I ended up in a blab it and grab it church. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's
No.
what's that called, Ambassador? I say blab it and grab it as a joke, but it's
You're gonna have to give me a little context.
name it and claim it is what the churches are often called. So you go up front and you pray that you're going to get a new Cadillac. And you claim that you're going to get a Cadillac. And
it's the prosperity gospel, which is anything but prosperous. Yes.
my head.
I will say this. If there is one iteration of the church that I absolutely despise, it is people like Joel Osteen and Kenneth Copeland. And if you've ever seen pictures of Kenneth Copeland freeze, he looks like a demon straight out of hell. And I say that literally.
Joel Osteen drives me absolutely up a wall.
That man does not deserve, neither him nor Kenneth Copeland nor anyone that goes after, that supports or propagates this prosperity gospel, does not deserve to have the title of pastor in front of their name.
Because 90% of their congregation is giving all of their free money to the church and not getting anything out of it. But the pastor is driving a Tesla battery-powered car, and the pastor is wearing $400 jeans. But the people in the congregation are starving to death because they're giving all their money to these. Okay. I gotta stop for a second. Hold on. I gotta stop for a second. Yeah. I'm gonna mute my microphone. I'm gonna refill my glass. I'll be right back. I'm okay. Sorry, I did not mean to trigger myself. I really didn't. So I'm gonna stop right now.
I didn't mean to aggravate you. My bad.
So, Ambassador, I'll ask you this. Just while Mr. CCTV is filling his glass. Mm-hmm. Do you have, because obviously you're trying to become ordained, you're in the process of doing so. My hat's off to you, sir. But can you name the pastor that, if you sat there and if you were asked, okay, if you could the pastor that you walk into a church, doesn't matter what it is, right? Any church. You walk into the church, and he's the man that you compare that pastor who's up at that pulpit to. Do you have that pastor?
On the one hand, I do, and I understand what you're asking, but at the same time, I don't, because I don't generally try and compare one pastor to another, and here's why. Depending on the denomination they are a part of,
Yes.
that's going to play a part. Depending on their own personality and their own particular style or manner by which that they do pastor, and that includes more than just staying in a pulpit or behind a podium and giving a sermon every Sunday or however often.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this much, Grambling. I have a pastor who I consider a mentor, and I consider
That's kind of where I was going, but yeah.
Okay. I have a pastor who I consider both a mentor and a friend, and I say friend, and I mean that. I consider him a friend and everything because, one, he is one of my professors from seminary. And just really quick to the chat, Sci-Fi Nation asked us a little while ago, seminary, he said, ever been through catechism? Sci-Fi, I am not Catholic, and most of the denominations I've been a part of did not require me to go through catechism. I'm going through seminary right out of the chute and everything without going through any formal catechism. I'm actually going to be switching to a United Methodist seminary and everything, probably online here in the near future and everything, because there isn't one close to where I live, unfortunately, and they are great distances apart from where I live. But as far as comparing one pastor to another, no, I don't, because they all have their own personality, they have their own style, they have their own way of doing things, how they operate.
Can I clarify?
Sure.
I don't necessarily mean where you're comparing that pastor to another pastor.
Sure.
What I mean is, do you have that pastor who touched your life, and when you saw him, you were, yes, that is what a pastor should be?
Oh, I have several.
Okay, that's where I was getting at.
Okay,
not necessarily.
If you don't mind, I'll answer that question myself right now.
Okay.
Pastor Jim Etheridge. He's a pastor of Calvary Chapel East Side in Colorado Springs. And he is the pastor that made me want to be a Bible study. He made me want to study the Bible. So he is my mentor. He is the pastor. So I think of him as my pastor, Pastor Jim Etheridge. So that is the answer I think you were looking for.
Yes,
that's my answer. So Ambassador, you're welcome to.
Yeah, well, as I said, I actually have several. Unbeknownst to me, I have several members of my family particularly on my father's side and everything, who at one point or another in their lives and everything, unfortunately, several have gone on to be with the Lord and everything, who were themselves pastors. So unbeknownst to me, I'm actually carrying on a family tradition. I just didn't know it.
Right on.
But yeah, I have two or three and everything that I consider to be a great example of what a good pastor should be. And they have had an impact on my life in actually in different ways. From each one of them, I gained something unique and special and everything. One taught me to be passionate about how I express my faith. Another one taught me how to be responsible and studious in my studies as a seeking to be a pastor, to be a servant of God. Another one, and this was actually my uncle that, and I think my late uncle, because he's no longer with us, he actually died last year. He taught me through his example what it means to be joyful in all situations, because he was unfortunately taken by leukemia and everything. He had all of his life, but it didn't activate until much later in his life.
And that is the most difficult thing to learn as a Christian, is to be joyful in all situations.
Yeah.
I told my testimony earlier, and I did not actually complete the entire story. But if you're subscribed to me, if you're a fan of me, if you've watched some of my videos, you know I have a disease that is going to lead to death. And
well, there's actually there's a mutual friend of ours that we all know that he's going to be gone too.
yeah, and my father died of the same disease, so I know what my future holds for me. However, I love what I'm doing now, and I am happy and joyful, and this stream and my Sunday morning streams are highlights of my week.
Yeah.
And I love karaoke, Rambling Canuck. You know I do.
Mm-hmm.
But this stream and the morning blend on Sunday mornings are the highlights of my week, because I am joyful in all things that I do. I'm happy with my faith, and so my online personality is upbeat and positive. At least I hope it is. Anyway,
Yeah.
I know not all of my jokes land, but
we're dads. It's kind of the way it goes.
We're all entitled to a bad joke periodically. It's not a sin.
It's called having dad in front of your name. It just happens.
The last time I checked, "Thou shalt not tell a bad joke" was not one of the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, there you go. Right. And okay, so for me,
one of the 15.
I get that reference.
Yeah. So for me, mine is Reverend Don Ross, who was the minister of my mother's funeral. And the reason that he sticks out in my mind was right up to the buildup of my mother's funeral. His career as a minister was winding down. And I mean, it turned out that it wasn't, because I'll get to that in a minute. However, on the books, his last official service was my mother's funeral. Wasn't a celebratory service of, goodbye, Don Ross. His last official service before he retired was my mother's funeral. It was the last one that he did as an active minister. Now, the church has pulled him back out of retirement 18,407 times.
Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in.
and every time they call, he answers. Secondary reason why he gets my nod is because even though he's retired, and some people go, well, I'm retired, I'm done. Not him. Every time the church has run into an issue where they've been, without a minister, the minister is off, whatever, Don Ross is in there. And he doesn't grumble about it. He jokes about it. He actually makes the same joke that Mr. CCTV actually just made. With us, for those of us who know him, he will make that joke. Every time I think I'm done, they keep pulling me back. Damn it. So for me, that spoke volumes that his final service would be my mother's funeral. I even gave him the option that I would go somewhere else so that his last service would not be my mother's funeral. And he was like, no, I'm the minister of this church up until this date. Therefore, I will do your mother's funeral. and it was his last service. Most people like to go out on a happy note or a bang.
Mm-hmm.
He went out doing what he did best, and he kept getting pulled back in. He still gets pulled back in, but to me, that's a minister, completely devoted, 100%,
Yes.
all the time.
Yes.
I wholeheartedly
Ambassador,
agree.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
if you're familiar with the concept, Ambassador. The best Bible study service that I ever performed was my grandfather's funeral, where I was the, well, for lack of a better term, MC. I wasn't really giving a eulogy so much as, celebrating the life of my grandfather. And at the end of the service, I gave the call for redemption, right? So you say, those of you out there who have never dedicated your life to Christ, you have the opportunity right now. I'm asking you right now, pray with me. And I'm not joking. 50% of my family raised their hands when I gave out that call for devotion. And so I was like, oh, this is the best service I've ever done. And I've been doing Bible studies for 20 years.
Well, as far as that particular practice, I am not a huge fan of it. I do understand some people do it. I even understand if a person leaves final instructions at their service for something like that to be done, then I would by all means honor it. But as far as trying to evangelize people at a funeral, I don't see that as the best time, because depending on the circumstance of the death of the loved one or whoever it is, a lot of people's emotions are going to be overwrought. They may not be thinking clearly and what have you. So I don't. Again, it's nothing personal. If a person asks for that, or if they decide they want to do that, then fine. I'm not going to tell them they can't.
Yeah, I didn't do it at my grandmother's service, and I didn't do it at my father's service. But my grandfather, he participated. He was in the Army Air Corps in World War II, and I was not planning to do it. I'm not joking. I was not planning to do it. It just happened to happen at the end of the service, and so yeah, I didn't plan to do it. It's just that
I got you. Okay.
I was following the Holy Spirit at the time, and it was the right thing to do.
Yeah, and hey, that's all well and good. You know, I don't claim to know everything about Scripture or the Christian faith or anything else just because I've been afforded the opportunity to get an education in it. But I'm more than happy to give my perspective, what I have been able to learn, and everything else. Because unfortunately, we live in a time where, and this is something I feel very strongly about, and it's something that I would also like to see a resurgence of in the church. We are not, how do I want to phrase this? We are not educating our congregations, our fellow congregants, on what it means to be a part of the Christian community, both where its roots come from, much less where it is going now. And I think if you want to see a real resurgence in church attendance, we need to give people the information and the tools on what it means to be a Christian. And unfortunately, a lot of churches, okay, when I say churches, I mean denominations, are not doing that. Now, am I saying that every church is falling short of this? No. To some degree or another, they are doing it, but there's room for improvement. And where those are not even trying, they can do better. Because the problem is, people in the church nowadays don't have a grasp of what it means to be a Christian. Yes, you've said that prayer, you've dedicated your life to God and to Christ, but people don't understand where the roots of where your faith comes from, of where the Christian faith comes from. And the church has lost sight. And when I say the church, I mean the big C church. I mean the universal church, not Protestant or Catholic or anything, although the Catholic Church does do a somewhat better job in terms of what we call Christian education, in terms of catechism and so on. But the Protestant Church and anything, whether it's regardless of denomination, isn't educating their congregations on what it means to be whatever brand of or part of the different denominations that make up the Protestant Church. And I think if people understood their faith, they would be better equipped to, in one form or another, explain it to people who are outside of the faith.
I'd like to add something to that, Ambassador.
Absolutely. Could I please?
Not only do I think, and this is one of the things that I find, and I will use this, you guys do, the capital C church does very poorly. And that is, we need to stop being on the attack. We need the education aspect.
Yes,
But
you need the education
also,
and you need the love your brother as yourself.
yes, because Ambassador, if I come to you and I say to you, Ambassador, I've heard I've heard what you said on Star Trek. Now I don't mean this, I'm just using this as an example, okay?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Right? Ambassador, I've heard what you've said about Star Trek. And you're absolutely effing wrong. And you're going to do what I fucking tell you right fucking now, or else get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Okay?
You are a total mother father idiot for thinking that way.
Yes. That line and that thinking needs to get the hell out, and needs to get the hell out now.
All right. Here comes the fun part of this stream. I am putting the link to the StreamYards in the chat, and we are throwing this sucker open to any questions from anyone out there.
Yes.
That includes Sci-Fi Nation, V-Star, Pflugerville, Purple Lady, or Purple Valkyrie, sorry about that. Darth Raven, anyone who wants to come on, you guys are welcome. You throw the questions at us, and we will try to hit them with the football.
However, can I add an asterisk to that, Mr. CCDV?
Yes.
All right. So we are trying to keep this as a civil conversation. There will be no arguing, yelling, screaming, ranting, raving, or belittling someone else for their beliefs. That will not be tolerated.
Correct.
I believe I'm correct, Mr. CCDV.
Yes, correct. Don't be
however
too hard. That's true.
Yeah. Don't be what I just said needs to go. Because I find it humorous, and this was the point I was going to make. I find it humorous that some church groups will sit there and go, well, I don't know why my numbers are shrinking, and I don't know why it's so hard in the modern era for us to get a congregation. Well, maybe if you weren't every 5 minutes, telling these people that they are the scum of the damn earth every 5 seconds,
exactly.
Maybe they might come in and listen to what you actually have to say.
Why don't you try being a Christian instead of just one of those other assholes out there?
Right? and I truly think that that is one thing that the universal church needs to wake up and smell the roses and understand that you're going to collect a lot more bees with honey than you are with a stick. Just saying.
Welcome, Pflugerville. Welcome, JJ. Thank you guys for joining us.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, JJ.
And Sci-Fi Nation is on the panel. I promise I will not yell at you unless I have to.
That makes two of us, my friend. How are you doing?
I agree with Tiki Doom and his comment up above there. Hope you do more of these, but not too often because I can't handle it too often.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'll do a whole lot of these. I do my Bible studies on Sunday mornings.
Right. But this has been a really great stream. You know, honest to goodness, this is refreshing. And
Robert Rose Jr. says, I myself now is one calls a Hebrew roots believer. To know more, check out Dr. Michael Brown on his YouTube channel. One of my wrenches post that, please, because I'm not ever gonna tell people that they can't watch what they want to watch. So
I would try, but I'm trying to teach a missus how to use the new bowl that we just got in the mail today. So
okay, cool.
I don't have a wrench, so it ain't on me tonight.
I have
so
one, but I
it's
have no
either
idea.
Dr. Michael Brown or Shabbat Night live.
Actually, that's pronounced Shabbat.
I know how
Shabbat.
it's pronounced. I just don't pronounce it properly.
You dirty goyim.
and if it was Italian, it'd be known as Shabbat.
That is true.
V-Star is with us. Hello, V-Star.
Hey, V-Star.
Hey.
I'm
V-Star.
glad you could join us. V-Star is another one of the Christians that I really wanted on this panel, but you've been having a lot of technical difficulties, right?
I just got one question to ask you, Mr. CCTV. I'm not a Christian.
Well, no, I'm not saying you're not a Christian. I'm just saying that I wanted V-Star on the panel, and I know she's a Christian. I've invited an atheist. I've invited a agnostic, and they were not able to make it. So I'm not saying you're not a Christian. I'm sorry if that's the way the comment came across.
No, I'm just saying I was very much raised as one. So, yes, I can to the effect. Hi,
V-Star, you're making me dizzy.
I know. I'm getting
I'm sorry.
It's
Sorry.
almost as bad as watching LDG.
I get that reference.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I'm getting all motion sick in this.
If I stand like this, and I nod my head 3 times, I get a signal. So, no, I'm just.
We used to do that with tinfoil and coat hangers when I was a kid.
My aunt used to do it by
speak.
clicking her heels
We
right.
don't speak of the tinfoil hats anymore, okay? How y'all doing? For real, how are you this evening?
Pretty
I'm
good.
actually having a really good time. This subject is very controversial for a lot of people.
I think you have a pretty firm core audience in here tonight.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily controversial, to be honest with you, CC. It's actually been. This is, I do this. I did stream about something similar to this a few weeks ago and everything, and had no trolls, had no problems. The only time I had a troll when I discussed something like this is when I was talking about Sean King or Sean White and his stupid comments about taking down all the statues of Jesus. Don't get me started.
I do not.
Do not get me started.
About the taking down of statues. I refuse to talk about that. I lost my.
I don't even want to get into the statue taking. I don't even.
No, we don't have to go there.
Taken down.
No, go ahead,
bullshit.
Sci-Fi Nation.
No, I'm just saying we don't have to
be
get
mad
into the
about
statue
it.
taking on bullshit about what the core of this about what the core of this conversation is. What
Right.
makes
I
you
don't. I
think
don't. I
you're a
really
Christian?
don't want this to go off the rails. So
No.
I really would prefer that you can ask any of us any question whatsoever that you have about the church, and I'm not
Okay,
talking
now-
about.
No, right. Now, I've been chatting in the chat a little earlier tonight, and I said, and I'm not one to deny this, I took catechism in Lutheran church.
Mm-hmm.
In Lutheran church, you have to take catechism to have actual communion. Because if you don't, you get the grape juice. If you take catechism, you get the wine. Okay, now like
That's why you took catechism, so you
big
could get the
differences
wine.
between Lutherans and Catholics is you don't have meal sit stand, and yes, Lutheran churches you get wine in communion.
I was joking.
You
I'm
don't
sorry.
get-
I was making a joke at your expense.
You don't get the kneel sit stand every 5 minutes. You don't get all hail the glorious Mother Mary. No, we don't have that bullshit either. Okay. And there's a lot of other things. And my missus here is a Methodist. And somebody brought up tonight that Methodist is the lower form of Lutheran.
No,
Serious?
The
No.
subject.
Are
the
you
subject
serious?
of
I've
this
been to a
channel-
Methodist church.
The subject of this channel is what is the church doing wrong? However, we did bring up the subject.
No,
of taking
that's
down
not the
statues.
subject.
Wait,
The
wait.
subject
Doing
is
wrong.
what is the church doing wrong?
Wong? Did I? Oh
Wong.
my!
It says wrong,
Yeah.
not wrong.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
no!
Yep.
I'm terrible at spelling when I don't have any sleep. Oh,
I mentioned
It's all right.
I mentioned that
CC.
early on. I'm like, what's the church
CC.
doing wrong?
Ins-
Okay.
CC,
Insert in it.
When you get done
I
with
was
the
gonna
stream
say-
here, you go into studio and you can fix the title. It'll be fine.
No,
It's
exactly.
it's-
Insert inappropriate sci-fi nation joke here. To Wong Fu.
Oh, good grief.
Do two wongs make a white?
Yeah, just hit the light switch, honey.
All right, seriously. Back on the subject, though.
Guys, stay on track.
We are
Are
we
you-
are
Yeah,
the
I
silent
know.
minority, says Lori Roberts, and I would love to hear an explanation of that, because I thought that maybe she put it up there because we were talking about the statues, but it is perhaps the silent minority of the church.
Yes,
Um,
I would agree with that.
What are
So-
you considering is the church, though? Are you considering the church as the body of Christ, or are you considering the church as the buildings and the denominations of faiths and beliefs?
Oh, that is an excellent question. Thank you for
Yes.
asking that question. That is
That is a good
absolutely
question.
brilliant. The body of Christ is the church. It doesn't
Yes.
matter if you worship in a living room or if you worship on YouTube. And I worship on YouTube. So
Like right now.
that is
Yeah,
an
right now.
absolute brilliant question
Yeah.
to ask. Thank you, V Star.
Yeah, I had
Yes.
the same. I had the same argument with my brother on a weekly basis. He is a truck driver and a devout Christian, and he keeps telling me I need to get out and fellowship and go to church, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to.
See, and for me, that's kind of where we were going with this stream. Is what is the church by capital C, and that's the way we make the distinction.
Right.
You're speaking,
Absolutely.
and right, okay. What are the churches doing wrong? And I, before everybody came up, I pointed out my biggest pet peeve, which is you judge other people really quick, and you say, well, if you don't do it the way I do it, you're wrong.
Right.
And to JJ's point, I firmly believe I don't go to church every Sunday. I go when I can. I don't like sitting in the pews. I call Augustine my home, but my back and those wooden pews do not get along. And I find that the person sitting at home doing it to them, doing it by themselves, if that's what you're comfortable with, as long as your heart is in the right place and your mind is in the right place, then you're good. However, there are churches that will basically state that if you're not there every Sunday and twice on Tuesday, then you're a bad Christian.
And where is that written in the Word?
Precisely. Right?
Okay. The description of what Lori said earlier. You said everyone in here agrees. I don't recall saying that, but I may have, because I run off at the mouth a lot. But she disagrees with much of what we're saying, and she is the silent minority. You know what?
Okay.
I love you, and that's just, I don't really care. I don't mean I don't care in a bad way, meaning I love you, and I will always love you, and we get along, and we talk about things that are just so much fun on other streams and other chats, that I am never, ever going to say that you're wrong for not believing the way I believe.
Well, one thing to throw out there is our differences make us stronger.
Exactly.
This is true. Yes.
Exactly. Our differences do make us stronger. We have different opinions. We have different thoughts. We have, everyone is an individual, just like everyone else.
Here's something that has been very troubling for me. This is actually something I've seen firsthand, just to share a little bit of my history and manifestor's history. For the longest time, I was a member of the General Baptist denomination. And up until just a couple of years ago, we still were. But when Madam Ambassador rejoined the Catholic Church and the General Baptist Church we were a part of got wind of this, their attitude completely changed towards us. Because unfortunately, certain Protestant denominations, I'm not saying all because it's not true of all, but the General Baptist denomination, or the General Baptist Church we were a part of, started to treat her very, I don't want to say rudely, but it was very subtle hostility, in a manner of speaking. And unfortunately, there's even division between the Protestant and Catholic Church, and I have talked with several Catholics who are either friends or family, because I've got family and everything that's Catholic themselves, and they don't view the Protestant Church with that type of hostility. But the unfortunate thing is, even within the various denominations of the Protestant Church, you've got, for lack of a better term, hostility amongst the denominations because of petty things that don't mean jack diddly squat to the overall mission of the church. Jesus didn't say, stay in your buildings, don't go out into the world, don't baptize, don't teach, don't do nothing. Just make sure the carpet's the right color, make sure the music's the right way, make sure the pastor's preaching the right way. No. Christ said, go into the world, baptizing in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, teaching everything that I have commanded you to do so. And remember that I am with you always, till the ends of the earth, or to the end of the age, or whichever translation you prefer to subscribe to.
Yes. And I know I said this earlier in the chat, but I'm going to say it again just because these are the words that came out of the mouth of Jesus. Jesus replied to the Pharisees, love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. All the laws and the prophets hang on these two commandments. And that's from Matthew. So Matthew 22, verses 37 through 40. If you as a Christian are not acting like that, then you as a Christian are failing.
Yeah. Well, while we're sharing passages of scripture, I'll share one that I find particularly meaningful, particularly for me. Just give me a second to get to it. Where are you? Here we go. Okay, this is actually from Romans. It's actually from Romans chapter 5. And I'm reading from the NIV. Yeah. Romans 5, verses 6 through 11. You see, at just the right time when we were still powerless, Christ died for the ungodly. Very rarely will anyone die for a righteous person, though for a good person, someone might possibly dare to die. But God demonstrated his own love for us in this. While we were still sinners, Christ died for us. Since we have now been justified by his blood, how much more shall we be saved from God's wrath through him? For if while we were God's enemies, we were reconciled to him through the death of his Son, how much more, having been reconciled, shall we be saved through his life? Not only is this so, but we also boast in God through our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom we have now received reconciliation. That's the gospel.
Paul was. How do you say that? Paul was a brilliant teacher, a Pharisee of the Pharisees. And so he knew the law back and forth, forward and backwards, up and down. He knew every tit and tattle of the law. And so when Paul writes those words, I pay attention. Welcome, Lori Roberts. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
V-Star fell downstairs.
Oh.
As soon as V-Star comes back up, she's welcome, of course.
Or maybe she's just going to stay in chat.
It may have been a problem with her phone too, so
Yeah.
she has to.
I'd like to.
She has
if
to
you don't
stand
mind-
on one foot and raise the other leg and hold one arm up in the air in order to get signal on her phone.
Does her phone have batteries? Anyway, there's a joke that most people won't get. All right, I hope you don't mind this, Mr. CCTV, but I'm gonna take this moment to welcome Lori Roberts, and I would open the floor to you. To give us an idea of your stance, and kind of add to the equation.
I don't know if I'm going to add to the equation. I was raised in a church, Presbyterian, and I remember distinctly, it's one of my first vivid memories of, my mother was very religious, and that was a real part of her community and her life. And I was taken to Sunday school, but we were never allowed upstairs in the church. And it was really like, don't come up there, don't come up there. And one day I wanted my mother. I was about 4, so I didn't really care about rules. And I went up to find my mother. And when I walked into the sanctuary for the first time in my life, I saw, the image of Christ on the cross, bleeding with the crown of thorns. And I flipped out. And so, I said to my mother, like, who's that? And she said, well, that's Jesus. And I'm like, Jesus loves me. This I know, like that guy that we're talking about downstairs. Yeah. So in the car, she tries to explain to me in a way that I guess she thinks a 4-year-old will understand, is that I'm a sinner. We're all sinners. And God had to let us do that to his son so that we could go to heaven. Well, at 4 years old, I called bullshit on that. But I did remain in the church until the day my mother died, because it was very important to her. And I love history. and I love stories, and I love the Bible. I know the Bible inside out and backwards because I love history and stories. I have no problem reading it and seeing it as the parables that they are. Paul, I'm not a big fan of. I hear you guys, you like Paul. And I do believe that Jesus was an enlightened being, that he was Son of God. But I also believe if you listen to his teachings, the things that actually came out of Jesus's mouth, you hear a lot more in the church. And a lot of it is due to Paul's writing. One thing Jesus said is, I did not come to start a new religion. And as soon as Paul could, he started a new religion. Supposedly, he came to help the Jews. As a child, he saw the money changers in the temples and said, this is wrong. This is not what we're supposed to be doing here. And his mission was to save the Jews, not create Christians. But I am not atheist. I'm not agnostic. I do believe in Jesus. But I did walk away from the church when my mother died, only because I felt like I didn't have to go anymore. And one day I'm in a bookstore in Manhattan, and literally a book called A Course in Miracles fell on my head. It came flying off the shelf and hit me in the head. And the person with me said, I think that book wants you to buy it. And I did. And it stayed in my house for 14 years until one day I opened it. And I'm not here to recruit anybody. I don't suggest A Course in Miracles to anybody. It's hard. And once you read it, it makes you responsible for your entire life. Like there's no putting it off on God did this or that. Everything, every arrow that hits me at some point in my life, I shot. And, it's a different way, but I do have a lot of problems with organized churches. I've tried to fit into many. I even studied Kabbalah for 8 years, which was very interesting. But I don't want to take up your whole show. That's just some thoughts I have. And thanks for letting me come on.
Come on now. I'm not going on the insomniac soup for another 3 hours. So we got plenty of time to talk about anything you want to.
I was thinking about going over for communion, but hell, I'll hang out here for a little more.
Well,
I'm sorry, Ramley, can hold on just for 1 second. I would like to correct the scripture that Lori quoted, just for accuracy, not because I'm angry or anything like that. So Matthew 5:17 and 18. Do not think that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For assuredly I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one jot or one tittle will by no means pass from the law until it is fulfilled. And so that is often interpreted like we shouldn't eat shellfish, but in this case, it means that he died on the cross, rose again 3 days later, and that is the law now. We are free as Christians.
I believe that, and I believe that we always were. And I believe in resurrection. I don't think I've lived once. I think I've lived many times. And I think Jesus allowed himself to be crucified to show his followers that the body doesn't matter. You can kill the body. You can, the word sin is an archery term that means you miss the mark. It isn't everlasting damnation. It means do better next time. You missed the mark. Mm-hmm. And that the body is nothing to covet and hold on to, because it's just the body. It's just God in human form. I thought that I was a person looking for a spiritual experience on this plane. And I've come to realize I'm a spirit and I'm here for the human experience. And I'm enjoying the human experience.
And if I may, one thing that Lori Roberts touched on that I myself get a little tired of, especially when you're within the organized religion circles, is everything in your life is because God made it that way. So if your house burns down, your car gets busted into, and your dog dies, your parents die, and your wife leaves you, it was God's will. And then they blame it on God and not something that they did themselves. Okay? And
there you go. The ambassador. Thank you, ambassador. Yes, it is not. It's not God's will. It's our will that created these situations. Now, is it God's plan? Yes. But is it God's will that you suffer like this? No. It is our choice that makes these things happen.
Well, I would say there are certain things that are immutable that are out of our control, and I wouldn't say that they're necessarily part of God's plan or even in God's plan. I would say something. I would say, as the old saying goes, "Crap happens."
Yeah,
that's true too. Yeah,
and Lori, even though I have for the majority of my life subscribed to organized religion, I can understand where it can be a huge turnoff for people, and I fully sympathize with that. Believe me, I do, and everything. So, even though I am a very devout Christian myself, and I am a very staunch believer and supporter of the church and everything, I'm not going to say what you're doing is wrong. I would never say that to a person in the faith or outside of it. If you're outside of the faith, I'm going to say, here's what's done for me. Take it in consideration. If you find value in it, fine. If you don't, well then.
Now, I do have a caveat to that, Ambassador, if you don't mind me poking my nose in this
by all means, please.
When you are the leader of a church, you are required to judge the persons inside your church justly. So I'm not talking about excommunication unless it's absolutely necessary, but don't allow them to be Sunday school teachers. Don't allow them to be elders of the church.
I would agree, yes. And
yes, there is judgment inside the church because that is required, but outside the church, you can't judge other people. They're not Christians, for crying out loud. You're supposed to love them so that they come back to the faith.
A couple of my pastors growing up got kicked out of the church for doing just that, not allowing a person to get out to be an elder, and they fired him. They fired the pastor just because he didn't want, some so-and-so not to.
And so how did that church end up 10 years later?
10 years later, it was still pretty good. Nowadays, it kind of dwindled.
Oh, that's odd. Okay,
so if
I could hold on, rambling. Lori wanted to put in a point.
Yeah, I stomped on Lori. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's fine. And that's, I don't feel that anybody has the right to judge anyone else in that level. Adolf Hitler is, if you want to say heaven, is in heaven. Nobody goes to a bad place that I believe. And that's not what God is about. If I were to take God literally in the Old Testament, he's a psychopath. The God that they write about in the Old Testament is jealous, demanding. He wants all the attention. He wants all the love. I mean, I know the New Testament is different, but if you look at the Old Testament and take that literally, that's a scary life you're going to have.
Okay. That's a valid opinion. Absolutely a valid opinion. And I'm not.
Yeah, these are just my opinions. I'm not trying to put anybody down or convert anyone. Most of my family is very religious and church going, and I love them.
I will make a counterpoint to that, but I do want to allow Rambling Canuck to have his point as well.
Okay, so now what I had just said was to lead to what I was just about to say, which is why I said what I had said earlier.
You're saying said a lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I kind of got mid-sentence, but whatever. So the reason I say that is it annoys me is because one of the Reverend Don Ross was back at Augustine the day I returned. It was just coincidental. That's the way it happened. And one of his points in his sermon was actually a story, and it wasn't out of the Bible. It was just a parable, and many people use it. Many people have said it, but it stuck with me because it rings true to that. As you and the ambassador were talking about financial churches. Well, if you want a bigger house, pray for it. If you want more money, pray for it. Right. Or on the other side of the scale, as I was pointing out, you have people who, everything is someone else's fault. Well, my life is a mess because God is testing me. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm an asshole. It has everything to do with the fact that God is testing me, right? So there was a story, and I'm just going to share that one quickly instead of talking about the quoting scripture, because it is one that I always remember, especially if I start to get too high on my own horse. And it is a guy is in the middle of the lake, and his boat sinks, and he's treading water, and he's praying to God to save him. And a canoe comes by and offers to take him to shore. And the man refuses the canoe. Says, "Nope, my God will save me." So the canoe passes him. Jet ski comes by, offers to take him to shore. And again, he turns down the guy and says, "No, my God will save me." Shortly thereafter, in a motorboat, and he's getting pretty tired. His arms are sore. And he's starting to be underwater more than he's above water. Comes by and offers to take him to shore. And he turns it down for the third and final time. And then he succumbs to the waves and drowns. And when he gets to the feet of the Father, he looks to God and says, "God, I followed all of your commandments. I did everything you asked. Why, in my moment of need, were you not there?" And God looks down at him and says, "I sent you a canoe, a jet ski, and a motorboat. What else was I supposed to do?"
I love that parable.
Is that the 300th time I've heard that one?
Probably, but it is my favorite because you see so many people who sit there and you're giving them exactly what they need, but they can't take it from you. They're waiting for a hand to come from the sky or for it to suddenly appear. Yeah. And it's like, no, that's not how this shite works. And it just dumbfounds me. And that simple parable is always stuck with me because it just sums up a lot of my pet peeves all in one nice little bow.
All right. So the counterpoint that I was going to make to Lori, here's the thing about Old Testament, New Testament. And you even pointed that out yourself. Jesus was not there to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. Here's the thing about the law, though, in the Old Testament. The Israelites that came out of Egypt, well, the Israelites that went to Egypt anyway with Joseph, and then 300 years later, they had to come out of Egypt. And they had to occupy Canaan. The problem is that they were they were very Egyptian in their way of thinking at the time. And so, yes, God was to put it simply, God was a jerk. But he was teaching his nation to become the Israelite nation that birthed our Christ. And there was a 400-year gap between the Old Testament and the New Testament that a lot of people don't talk about. But God was hands off because the nation of Israel was established after they had gone through all of the craziness to get rid of their Egyptian heritage or their Babylonian heritage.
So what you're saying is God did orchestrate some things that happened on Earth.
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Yeah, very much so.
Well, just a couple of quick corrections, Cece. It was Joseph and his family that came to Egypt. Well, Joseph was sold into slavery into Egypt, and then eventually his brothers came, and then his father came, and that's when the rest of the Hebrews, as they were known at that time,
Right. It was just the 12 brothers.
Yeah,
I know. I tried to put it in abbreviated terms.
And it was actually the Israelites were actually in slavery for 400 years, not 3.
Oh, it was 400 years?
It was 400 years.
But I got the 400-year gap between the Old Testament and the New Testament, right? Is that right?
I don't think it was even that long, actually.
Oh.
And actually there is several books that does deal with the history after Malachi. It's what is known as the Apocrypha. And I'm not saying I'm an expert on it. Excuse me. But it's something that most Protestant churches don't really teach or cover whatsoever. The one piece of literature from the Apocrypha that is actually fairly interesting. Actually, is a good chunk of ancient Israelite history, or Hebrew history, if you prefer, is the Book of Maccabees, and it deals.
Thank you. I was hoping you were going to say the Book of Maccabees. I really was.
There's actually several. I think there's it's a little bit late, or I think my memory's a little fuzzy, but I think there's like 3 or 4 books of Maccabees that deals with the brothers and deals with them driving out the Greeks and everything out of Palestine and out of Jerusalem.
Now,
Yes,
if I may interject,
long Revolutionary War, basically.
Yes, very long, protracted Revolutionary War that eventually leads into the Roman occupation.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead, rambling.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So one thing I'd like to do, and Lori Roberts, I hope you don't mind me kind of putting you in the spotlight for a second.
No, go right ahead.
Because it really would interest me, because as I said, when my mom died, I left. I walked out that door the day of my mother's funeral, and I didn't walk back into it for 4 years. So for me, what I would find very interesting is you have stated that the organized religion. Now I'm going to preface this by saying most organized religions annoy and piss me off. So I'm going to say this. What about organized religion turns you off? What are the points where you're like, no, I'm checking out of that?
One, organization. I believe that God speaks to each and every one of us on an individual basis, and that's through prayer and meditation. Prayer is me talking to God. I don't have a lot to offer God. God is God. Meditation is me listening for the answer. And if I really need an answer to something, I've never failed to get it through meditation. So the organization fact that this is how we do it. We go to heaven. They don't. Once any religion, any organization says we go and they don't, only because of knowledge that we have, what they don't have or they don't believe in, to me, that's a turnoff. Like I said, I don't believe in heaven and hell. God, we are made in his image. What is God? God is a creator. We are creators. We are here to create. We're not here to be sheep and subservient and have somebody else tell me who God is. God will show me who God has shown me who God is. I don't need someone to tell me. The Bible has been misconstrued, rewritten. There's a lot in there that's to control man. When I was coming up in the 60s, I had Catholic friends. Now listen to their lives. They could not eat meat on Friday. They could not use birth control. So I grew up around a lot of big Irish and Italian families. I'm talking 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 kids because they didn't believe in birth control. Now, I'm not here to say I do or don't. That's totally up to you.
Yeah.
But the thought of abortion wasn't even, I mean, my God.
No. You want to be burned at the stake? Why are you talking about this thing?
Right.
You got pregnant, you had the baby.
Yeah. But no,
but now all of a sudden, because they were losing money financially, and I was Protestant, so I'd walk into school on Friday with my ham sandwich, and all the Catholics would be like, "Sinner!" I'd be like, "Oh, holy shit!" Where did that come from?
I would, and again, I hope you don't mind me putting you in the spotlight, but because this, even though we have a slight, a spelling error, the whole premise of this was what the church is doing wrong.
What's wrong with the church?
Yeah. Right. What's wrong with it?
And that's a lot of them have just rolled. They've rolled with the people, meaning so it never was a sin to eat meat on Friday, was it? Or was it? What's the rules? Where's the line? I see Nancy Pelosi standing up and saying, "I am a good Catholic," and then turn around and sign a bill that says abortion after birth. Are you fucking kidding me? Really?
Wow, yes.
You have a pope.
Don't even get me started on that
nothing one. To her?
Don't get me
that's
started.
only one. That's one example. Every single church has changed from
absolutely they have
to believe and what they used to tell people. Now, I'm not saying you can't evolve. You can evolve, but the way that they turned on a dime means you never believed that anyway. No. That was how you were controlling the masses. And you're controlling the masses through fear. And if there's one thing that God is not fear. God does not bring fear. God is love. And love does not fear.
Can I interject one little point right there?
I said my piece. Go ahead.
That is another one of my pet peeves. Kind of rounding this back to what the church is doing wrong or wrong, whichever spelling you would like.
Yes, I know. I'll correct it eventually.
Is that they are teaching on hate and fear, right? They run it on fear, which is, well, you better shape up right now because tomorrow Jesus is coming. And if he comes tomorrow, your ass is fried.
Yeah. You don't drink,
scripture teaching.
What do? You don't drink.
To go, in my opinion. And it needs to go out the door into the garbage can and never be spoken of again. Because that's what's driving away the congregations. Because you cannot sit there. Like I said to Mr. Ambassador here, if I turn to him and say, "Sir, I've heard what you think of Star Trek, and everything you said is a bunch of bullshit, and either you come over here and start thinking like I do, or get the bloody hell out of here," that cannot be the church's stance, and it is in most cases.
It is in most cases, yes, that is the church's stance. If you don't think like me, then you are not included in my community. Well, you know what? I don't believe that.
And the other one is that how can you expect to, because at the core of it, right, you're saying you're going to save them. Well, how can you save a sinner if you're not willing to accept him in your doors at his worst. Jesus would.
How are you going to?
And if you're not able to, then close your doors and put closed on the front of the church.
Yeah,
I love Mother Teresa's answer to why does God love a sinner? She said, because they're more interesting.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And there's more to worship. And if I might interject a couple of things.
Yep.
CC, if you can, highlight V-Star's comment down here in the chat.
Yeah, actually, I did.
Okay.
I was going to. I just hadn't done it yet.
Man took 10 commandments, and let's be specific. The Jewish community took 10 commandments and turned them into 650 laws.
Yes.
You've got to find the humor in that. I'm sure even God himself or anything finds the humor in that as well.
And yes.
And here's the other thing I wanted to bring up. The church, and this is true of Protestant and Catholic alike, they have interpreted that term or the word fear incorrectly. They have translated and interpreted and built a false construct around it. Fear does not necessarily mean, "Ooh, I'm scared, I'm afraid." It can also mean reverence. It can also mean respect. It doesn't necessarily mean you better shape up or you're going to ship out or you're going to go straight to hell. And I agree. God did not want us to be afraid of him. Have a healthy reverence and respect for him? Yes, of course, because he's the creator of the freaking universe. He created mankind in his image.
Thank you, Mr. CCTV. I was just about to tell you to highlight that.
We're supposed to respect ourselves. We're supposed to respect our bodies. We're supposed to respect our surroundings. Like you said earlier on, love your neighbor as yourself. That's probably the only law that God has.
Well,
we are made in his image. We are God's.
Well, and here's the thing. Jesus essentially took the 10 Commandments and summarized them into 2. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. This, the law, which is the 10 Commandments, and all the prophets, which is every word that every prophet ever spoke.
Right.
It's summed up in.
Right. And when's the last time you were in a church and they talked about loving yourself? Because I'll tell you, for me, never. And that is the most important thing. I have to love myself.
I've gone to the right church then. I'm sorry that you had that experience. Mark the cute and cuddly brings up an excellent point, and I love that he brings this up. The biggest fault of any church is man. Man's law in the church is superseding God's law. Money is often, I added often. Money is often the driving force now.
Unfortunately, this is true. Unfortunately, this is very, very true.
Yep, and that comes from the top down.
Yes.
You know, I've been a Lutheran all my life, and the big Lutheran church demands a certain percentage of money out of every offering plate, you know, every week. And sometimes I know I don't go to a church regularly anymore, but I know it was sucking the lifeblood out of the church because they had to give so much up that they couldn't hardly even keep the doors open. They couldn't hardly keep the lights on. They couldn't hardly keep a roof on the thing. Sorry, I'm ranting.
No.
When I was growing up, there was a Catholic church that put out a publication every year and told what every parishioner gave to make it like, to make it a competition in the town. which I thought, even as a child, I thought, wow, that's appalling.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
we did talk about the Prosperity Church a little bit earlier, but Ambassador, I'm going to refill my drink glasses. If you would like to describe what I mean by the Prosperity Church, I would appreciate that. It's been.
Oh, I'm glad to help the ambassador on that because those people can burn. Anyway, maybe I shouldn't have turned on my camera.
I'm gonna go do the same thing as CCDV here for a sec.
Okay. The Prosperity Church, and I want to make one very specific condition here.
Mhm.
I do not condemn the people who have been suckered. I can condemn the cons who do it.
Absolutely.
The prosperity gospel essentially boils down to this. And I'm going to keep it super simple. The more money you give to the pastor, the more blessings God's going to give you.
Mm-hmm.
That is the long and short of the prosperity gospel, and it is not a gospel, and there's nothing prosperous about it for the people who have been suckered by it. The only people who benefit are these shysters, and I do not call them pastors, I call them shysters, because that is precisely what Joel Osteen and Kenneth Copeland and every crook who has taken the word of God and bent it to their own ends. Now, I know that the Catholic Church, I know a lot of the Protestant denominations have made their own share of mistakes and screwed up. I fully acknowledge that. But what these guys, and I guess there may be some women who have done it as well, but what these people do is evil.
To me, sorry to interrupt, Admiral or Ambassador, but my my look on it is this: these kind of people have been in our civilization for a long time. Except we used to call them snake oil salesmen.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we call them preacher.
Well, Jesus called them the tax collectors in the temple.
Absolutely.
There's nothing new.
Nothing new.
They're heretics.
They are not.
Wolf in a sheep's clothing.
A wolf has more honor.
No, this is true. And smells better. Anyway,
these people, and I'm going to use the two examples I've just brought up. Joel Osteen and Kenneth Copeland have got to be. I know that they are. I know even God loves them, but I'm gonna say this, and this is not me standing in the place of God. Even though I am saying this more in jest or an illustration than anything else. If I was God, and those two came before me, I pulled that lever. I send them on an express elevator straight to the lake of fire.
Well, there was that scene.
Let's just say that God is a scorekeeper and he's trying to collect, and he's trying to collect souls. Let's say that that's true. How many people do you think Hitler brought to God? Take a horrible man like Hitler. How many people did he put in a position where they went, you know what? The only place we can go now is to God.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, Lori. But I
mean, not in a positive way. I'm not condoning Hitler.
No.
I'm just
saying
I know you're
I know.
And
right,
God allows this.
I'll make a point on that subject as well. So a lot of us are science fiction geeks. Many of us, well, at least everyone on the panel, as far as I know, we're all science fiction geeks.
Most of us
Where would you get that idea, Mr. CGV? How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
And we were pretty much choir freaks too, so you're preaching to the choir.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was Rogue 22. What's your point?
I'm sorry, JJ, go ahead.
No, I just said I don't know what you're talking about.
We talk about time travel. we talk about faster than light travel and et cetera, et cetera.
And I think we talked about musicals last night.
We did, in fact, talk about musicals last night. But so we talk about time travel. As a matter of fact, my book was literally written with the time travel theme. So it's what nerds talk about a lot of times, and I do consider myself a pretty good nerd. Although my card is taken away often when I don't know certain aspects and names of shows.
I've done it to him.
In this case, God, the God that I worship, created the universe, created time. God stands outside of time. So he sees the beginning, he sees the ending. He is a brilliant strategist. So horrible things that happened, like World War II with Hitler and the Yazis and all that stuff, those are incorporated into the plan.
Unfortunately.
Are you saying he was a wormhole alien? Just kidding. I just try to make light.
No, it's fine. Well, like I said before, I try to stay optimistic and bright and entertaining. So this subject is really heavy, and as many jokes as we can put in here, the better. That's what I say.
I'm going to bore everybody with another one of those parables that have been said about 400 million times. And
hold on, I'll let you tell your parable first. I will let you tell your parable. But Josh, welcome to the stream.
Welcome,
Great
sir.
to be here. Thank you.
Many of you will know him as Mad Mardigan, but he wanted to come on as Josh tonight, specifically for this conversation. So welcome, Josh. How are you doing?
Great. Yeah, I just didn't think Mad Mardigan would be appropriate.
I don't know. It would. And by the way, I love your handle.
Oh, thank you. Yep.
I can't remember what show it's from, but I love it.
Willow.
That's it. Ambassador Steve card. Sorry, I had to. It was there.
I had a feeling it was something fantasy, but I couldn't remember what.
Yeah, it was Val Kilmer. He was
I remember who played. I remember the actor, but I couldn't remember what it was from. I knew it was Val Kilmer.
Earlier in the stream, I allowed. I required my panel members to tell their testimony. I'm going to give the opportunity now to anyone else who is on the panel who would like to tell their testimony of their Christian faith or whatever faith you happen to be in. I know Lori Roberts, you were up here and talking about having grown up in church and then doing a bunch of other different spiritual journeys. So I will offer you the opportunity first.
Oh, me first?
If you would like to give your testimony, yes, absolutely.
I've always known, I've always had a feeling that there's a God and that I'm not it. And I studied everything to try to find him or her. Like I said, Hinduism, Kabbalah, Buddhism, and not just glance over. I mean, I get into things deep because I was really searching for this God that, I guess if I can be honest, I was probably jealous of what I saw people in church feel that I could not feel. I could not listen to what any pastor was saying and find joy in my heart. So I was called. God was pulling me, and I studied everything. And like I said, it wasn't until I was at a bookstore and a book flew at me and hit me in the head. And it actually took me years to pick it up and read it, to where I started studying A Course in Miracles real quick. And again, not here to recruit you. A Course in Miracles is hard. And once you know what you know, you can't go back, and you have to take responsibility for your life. the good and the bad. But it was written by two atheists. It was written by two psychiatrists who were both atheists, and this work was kind of channeled. And it is a 365-day program that breaks you down and then builds you up. And it breaks you down of the Christian thinking, of the idea that there's sin. And the concept of it is real quick, and I'm going to put this out there. You'll think I'm crazy, but why not? I'm halfway there. God does not know we're here. We were all created. God was, like you said, the Alpha, the Omega. God could not experience God's self. So let's just say, like a plate, God smashed himself into millions of pieces. Some say the millions of pieces went into 12 tribes, and there's all kinds of things about the Big Bang. But God smashed God's self up to experience himself. And that's what we are. We are all bits and pieces of God. Now, some of us were up in this eternal bliss, and we said to each other, I wonder what it would be like to just be God. And we came to earth to be creators. But in the birth process, we forgot why we came. The Bible says that Adam went to sleep. The Bible never says Adam woke up. A Course in Miracles is a way of waking Adam, which is me, which is you, which is all of us, is waking up to the fact that we are creators. We create our reality. And you say, well, who created 9/11? A mass consciousness that was just waiting for that to happen. Who created this plague? I don't know, maybe a mass consciousness that says, I want to sit home and play video games and get paid. I don't know. But it does teach that we create everything on earth. That God is not the writer. He's not the author. We are as creators. We're creating this. That's
it. Well, it's a valid point of view. I disagree, of course, but it's a valid point of view, and you are allowed to have that. And I'm never going to tell you that you are stupid or anything like that, because just because I disagree with you, and okay, when I said that, I realized how bad that sounded.
Yeah, you were sounding kind of harsh there.
You caught that condescension, huh? I was going to
It really did.
It's okay.
It sounded bad when I said it, and I
realized
realized it.
Bible thumpers.
And I want to apologize right now to Lori Roberts for the way I sounded when I said that.
I'll save them real quick. Is that based on Gnosticism? Because it sounded pretty similar to the idea of
the Gnostic
ego.
Gospels and things like that. Yeah,
right.
I want to give Pflugerville.
You know what? I did it a disservice if it did. It's very different. But yes, it does kind of teach, I guess, like most 12-step programs do, that your ego is what you're here to wrestle with. It isn't Satan. It isn't anything outside. It's your ego, which stands for easing God out, not accepting that you are God. And if you think about it, ladies and men, if there's anything that causes you grief in this world, it's your ego.
Lori Roberts, I grok what you're saying. Like I said, I apologize for sounding rude. I really did not intend to sound rude when I said that. I disagree with your point of view, but I can agree that it is a valid point of view for you. Secondly, I would like to say that Pflugerville was here, and if he wants to talk and give his testimony, he's welcome to now.
Okay. I can probably throw a few things out there. I was in the church the whole time growing up. I didn't actually figure anything out until I was probably 16, 17, 18.
Oh wow, that's early.
When I was in All-State Lutheran Choir, and every night you were staying at somebody else's house, you know, traveling all across Minnesota doing choir and, you know, doing music the whole time. And it didn't actually sink in until we finally had, it was the brother of the director of the choir was a pastor. And he, you know, brought up the point is you can forgive yourself. You don't have to feel like you're guilty all the time. And that was kind of the church that I grew up in, grew up in. They kind of taught that you had to be guilty all the time. That's why you had to go to church. Well, you can forgive yourself at any time. And I don't want to go on any more than that.
Okay. JJ, I appreciate you being here. I'm not sure. I'm outspoken in my faith, along with the ambassador, but I'm not sure what your particular faith is. So I'm going to give you the opportunity.
I grew up Baptist, Christian. I don't have any early remembrances of going to church up until I was about 13, 14 years old. I went for quite a few years, but then I just up and stopped going. And I've mentioned my brother several times through our various comments and chats and stuff, and him being a truck driver, I call him the roving reverend or preacher, and we have these arguments all the time, these same discussions that we're having now, and he always hates it because I seem to throw a bit of logic at him, and then when I start throwing the logic at him, he's like, well, I'm not having this argument right now. I don't have any kind of social anxieties or anything like that. I just don't like being around large groups of people. Just period. I never have. Especially people I don't know. And he's like, you need to go fellowship. You need to go to church. I'm like, well, I don't want to. And he don't like that. He goes, well, why? I said, I just don't like being around a lot of people. He goes, well, you're not going to like it in heaven then. Well, then then I just had to throw a little curveball at him and make a little joke out of it, and because that's what I tend to do instead of trying to get too serious. I was like, well, if this heaven is such a great place, why can't I just sit in my corner and just watch life pass on by?
You're gonna have your own room. You better be able to sit in your own corner and watch life pass by.
You know what I'm saying? He goes,
pretty sure God could figure out what to do with you in your anxiety.
Exactly.
I think he'll be okay.
No, that's just it. I don't have any type of anxiety.
JJ, I would add this to that. Next time he says you have to go in fellowship, you go, what are you talking about? I had a 2.5 hour live stream yesterday and we fellowshipped the shit out of it.
That's right.
Yeah. No.
This church service has lasted for almost 3 hours.
No. He will never know that I am on YouTube.
Well, no, but you understand what I mean.
Right.
Okay, we lost Lori Roberts.
Sorry, Lori.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Lori, for being here. Oh, it's there. Okay, she's back. Okay.
Continue.
Sorry about that, Lori. I don't know what happened there.
Is anybody else hearing this?
Yes, I hear you fine.
Oh yeah, we hear you.
No,
Josh.
not me hearing this. Like,
no, the little crickets in the back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea where those crickets are coming from. It's not from my house.
It shouldn't be me. I mute my mic in line all the time.
Well, hang on. We'll find out real quick. Mr. CCDB, mute your mic real quick.
Okay, who wants to bet it's me?
I muted my microphone just now. There are no crickets in me.
Yeah, it's V-Star.
It's always me.
I don't mind the cricket sound because when we all stop talking, the cricket sound is funny.
Yeah,
No,
yes,
Especially after a bad joke. Because
but continuing on, and then we get into this other argument about, yeah, you got to go and fellowship and tithes, and I'm like, sorry, can't help you. He goes, well, you have to give up, such as X amount of percentage or whatever. I'm like, listen, brother, I can't tithe what I don't have.
Yeah.
JJ, let me interject here real fast. First of all, it was in the Old Testament, and it was the first fruits. It was not a tithe. It was not a percentage.
I'm sorry. No,
Man
hold on. Just 1 second, V-Star. I want to talk about that subject. But
I know I do too, but I want.
It needs to be a subject that we talk about separately from the testimonies that my panelists are giving. So let's let JJ finish.
Oh, I didn't know that that's what that was. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we'll let JJ finish, and then we'll move on to Josh. And then I would love to talk about the testimonies, or not testimonies, tithing, and things like that that come from the first fruits. So, JJ, go ahead and finish up your thoughts.
Well, and I keep having these little debates with him, and it's just, I live by one thing and one thing only: do the right thing. Okay, I don't know Lori Roberts. I don't know V-Star as well as I should. There's people on in the actual chat that I don't know, but everybody here has my respect, and you have my respect until you take it away from me. Yeah, well, you take that respect away from yourself, might I add.
Yes.
I just try to do the right thing. I try to be the best person I can, the best way I know how, and that don't always work the way I want it to. When I get off of a stream every single night or morning, like this morning, I put my earbuds in. I don't read because it gives me a headache. So I use an audio Bible. I put my earbuds in, relax, reminisce, and listen to the word. When I wake up, I'll do it all over again. The same thing I did the day before. I just try and do the right thing. And now, the fact that I don't go to church, I don't fellowship, I don't tithe, there's a lot of things I don't know. I don't think I live in the right way in God's eyes, but I live the best way I know how.
No, you can't drop like Al.
And please correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Trying to do the right thing?
Yes. The sticking point for most Protestant religions is the ABCs. Admit you're a sinner, believe in Christ, and consecrate your life. ABCs. So that is the biggest sticking point in Christian religion, is the ABCs. So if you are a person who is not a Christian, but you are also a good person, I love you. I had people living with me for 3 years, or not 3 years, 3 months, just when this crisis started. Now that things are starting to open up, they've been able to make some money, and they've been able to live on their own again. But they were living with me because they had nowhere else to go. And so one of them is agnostic. The other one is atheist. And their children have never been to church. Does that mean that I'm going to turn them away at the door? Am I going to slam the door in their face and say, you know what, you brought this on yourself. You better just go out there and figure out how to eat dirt, damn it.
No.
I'm not that guy. I am not that Christian. That Christian is an asshole. So they lived with me for 4 months. It drove me absolutely up a wall. I hated it that they were living here.
Well,
But-
I kind of, I don't live the same way by any means, but I live in a godless home, and one of my roommates, both her kids are the same way, and I'm like, man, I don't know. I know we're thrown tasks and tests and variations through our entire lives, but I'm at my wit's end. I still continue to try to do the right thing, but at the same time, my nerves are just getting tested.
And
how much am I supposed to put up with? How much before I have to open up my mouth and say something?
Because this is a religious themed stream, I am going to say this. Jesus said, what you do to the least of these, you do to me. And so if you're being cruel to others in the community, if you are being cruel to your neighbors and things like that, well, you know what? Just don't. Just don't. I don't care if you're a Christian or not. Don't be that person.
I agree. 100%. I agree.
And I would say, and I mean, I am by no means, JJ, am I saying this is what you must do, but just throwing my 2 cents in, and you can tell how much that's worth because we canceled the penny up here. But basically, I would say stick true to yourself. And if you find that you reach the point that in order for your own self-health, you either A, have to get out of the situation that you are in, or B, speak what is on your heart and in your mind, then you are not doing anything wrong as long as you are sticking to yourself, staying true to yourself, and doing what is best for your self-health. Because a lot of times what ends up happening, and I've done this, I'm guilty of it. I think most people on this panel would probably say they are guilty of it at one point or another.
How dare you suggest such a thing?
We have carried crosses that we should not be carrying because we believe we deserve to carry that cross. And I say carry a cross as a
metaphor, yeah.
Metaphor.
Yeah,
we carry crosses. We carry crosses that we believe we are for something we've done in the past or something, it's my brother. I have to carry this cross for him. Or I was a really shitty dude back in the 90s, so I really got to carry this cross because this is my penance now. What we have to realize is we don't have to carry a cross anymore, because if you are a Christian, you believe in the faith, that cross has already been carried. It's already done. We should not have to carry the crosses anymal
Yeah, I used to feel that way. Exactly what you're describing. I used to feel that way. But a couple of years ago, I come to the realization that, just like all of us, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. All of our end is coming one way or another.
Actually, JJ, if you don't mind holding on to that thought, please. If you need to write it down, because I would absolutely love for that to be the the second topic of discussion after V-Stars. I know where you're going with it, and so if you don't mind, I would like to hold off on that.
No. I was just going to say, it's just, with the news I found out, it's very simple. I live as much of a stress-free life as I possibly can. If I can't physically put my hands on or throw money at it to change it, I'll worry about it.
Yes, and that is what I want to talk about. So
Okay.
I would love for your subject to be the second subject that we talk about after V-Star. Right now, Josh has been patiently waiting to tell his story. So I would love to do that, and then we will go into V-Star's subject about tithing, and then your subject about what you can do in the church, because this is what the church is supposed to be doing. So, Josh, go ahead. It's all yours, brother.
Thank you. Yeah. See, Matt Mardigan would have never been that patient. He would have jumped in with at least 4 jokes. Throughout the thing. No. So I was raised Baptist as well. Not Southern. Like, we could dance. Not that we could dance, but we were allowed to dance. We were still white. My father. There's still some Mad Mardigan in me, but my father.
There's some Mad Mardigan in there. Yeah.
But no, my father. So he led the music at multiple churches that we went to. My grandfather was a pastor, and my uncle, up until a few years ago, I guess, he actually was a pastor of one of the largest churches in Abilene, and so I was deep in it. Vacation Bible school, youth group, summer like camps every summer. So that was up until I was able to drive and make like a lot of my own decisions.
Yeah.
And I got away from it. No, growing up, it never felt forced on me or anything. Like, I mean, you always hear stories of people that were raised in churches similar to like what happened, like how I was raised, and they just have all these horror stories about it. And I never, experienced that. Like, everything was pretty laid back for the most part. Like, I know with my cousins, they like with their dad, like as long as they were in the pew come Sunday morning at 11, nobody was going to talk, whatever they did Saturday night, they did Saturday night, but they will be there 11 o'clock Sunday morning, kind of a thing, and that was a lot like just how everybody was really. But yeah, no, so I stopped going probably was 16, 17, somewhere around there, and really didn't go back. And it wasn't until after I got injured in Iraq. I don't think everybody knows, but no, I was injured in Iraq when I was deployed. It was 2006.
You can tell the story.
No, I'm not going to go into that whole thing. No. It was just, we were blown up, vehicle. I was on fire. I was burnt 30% of my body, 30, 35, 32 had to be skin graft. And that was rough. I lost somebody very close to me, died in the blast. And that put me in a pretty bad place for a while, and I came out of it, and then things happened as well on top of that. And I just got to a place where I was just looking for answers, and I guess I heard this random podcast. It was Pete Holmes. I don't know if anybody knows Pete Holmes, but he had a podcast, and he had a guy named Peter Rollins. He's a philosopher, a theologian philosopher from like Ireland, right? And he was on the Pete Holmes show one day. Man, just the things that he said, because it hit just the right spots, And it wasn't that he was giving answers, but it was more of like being the aroma. And it sent me onto a path of reading and learning, and taking a real deep dive into Christianity. And
yes, I mentioned this pastor earlier, Dr. J. Vernon McGee. You guys can listen to the Bible Bus. It's on the internet, it's on the radio, and it is everywhere. So what you're talking about, Josh, I'm sorry for interrupting, but
No, you're fine.
J. Vernon McGee and the Bible Bus and his 5-year Bible study is something that I would recommend to anyone ever who wanted to learn about the Bible. So that's my recommendation. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Josh.
No.
Go ahead and.
Well, when you say learn the Bible, do you mean like in a not in a scholarly way, but like in a religious type?
Oh no, it's a scholarly way.
Oh, okay. Because
Dr. McGee is extremely good at biblical history. It's also the verse by verse teaching that is so important to me. And so there is never a line in the Bible that is not read during that study. A lot of pastors, they jump back and forth between scriptures and pick out different scriptures that support their current study.
Mm-hmm.
But Dr. McGee and Chuck Smith, they never did that, and that's why I own their 5-year Bible studies.
I'm trying to because there's another guy that did the same thing with the Bible as well that I really enjoyed. I'll have to look it up later, but there's a few guys that I like. As far as when it comes to academia, like the study, like there's Bart Ehrman, like he's a top expert in just he mostly focuses on synonymous writings, like with the letters from Paul, and breaking down who wrote. Not all of them were synonymous. Like, and there's some that are more iffy, and then there's some like, but anyway, yeah. So Peter Rollins, he led me. Rob Bell, I've read a lot of his stuff, listened to him for a while as well, and then I started studying like seriously, but more in the construction of the Bible, with the Old Testament and the New Testament. Joel M. Hoffman is another great guy for the Old Testament. He gets more into translations and stuff when it goes from ancient Hebrew and works its way all the way to English or whatever. He's good as well. And so like now, if I had to define what I am, I don't even like saying I'm a Christian really, because there's so much weight that comes with that. That it and there's so much that it can mean, and for a lot of people is using the most negative parts of it, right?
That does tend to be the issue, especially when you're talking to persons who are not Christians, and they go, well, what about this, and what about that, and what about the other thing? And so you need to know the history, and you need to know the things that you're talking about.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't even like telling other Christians that I'm a Christian, because like I don't want them to associate me with them in a lot of ways, But
are you actually done with your testimony at this point, though? Because we're going to have some fun here talking about tithing, and then we're going to talk about what Christians should be doing for other people. So we're going to talk about tithing first, and then
I was just going to give my my eschatological viewpoint. I lean universalism more so than traditionalism or conditionalism. So
that's wow, that is an edge. Okay, that's subject number 3. Everybody, we got 3 subjects coming up.
That's a good one too.
I'm going to have to drop off here. I'm going to have to drop out. I got to go listen to some people who are completely dumber than you guys.
All right, Pflugerville. Have a great night.
See ya. Well, I'm sure we'll see you at the soup.
Oh, yeah. We'll be dumb as hell in the soup, so don't worry about it.
I'll be there for sure. I'm the dumbest one of all.
All right, V-Star, it is your turn. welcome to the stage. Please start your subject. I want to hear about the first fruits of Abel.
Okay. Well, actually, where I was going with that was okay. So in the Old Testament, Cain and Abel brought their first fruits, and God. I always get them both mixed up. Okay, so God accepted
Abel.
Cain's.
No, God
Abel,
accepted
but not,
Abel's. Yeah.
thank you. Abel's, but not Cain's, because Abel gave his best of his best, his first, his his best, because um uh,
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit
painting.
on that last sentence. Can you say it again?
Let me get my head.
You're gonna have to stand on one foot, hold the other leg above your head, and then hold your arm up to the rafters so that you can get the proper signal.
Basically, what it was
He
is to
still gets
bring
going.
first. Dagnabbit. Step. Okay, can you hear me now?
You're breaking
No.
up. It sounds like a Burger King drive-through.
Yeah. Do you want fry? And then it's going to the 63 cents.
Or to really date us, it sounds like it sounds like you're talking on a Nokia brick going through a tunnel.
Billy, do you have any zombies?
Okay, can you hear me now?
No.
No, it's the same.
No. Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to do this.
You sound
then.
fine now. You sound fine.
Okay. Okay, I can't move then. Oh my gosh, you should see what I look like. Thank God the avatar's on. Look at cheerleader. Anyways, so basically, Cain and Abel brought their first fruits, but Abel's was the best, his very first fruits. Okay, and Cain just kind of was like, okay, slap something together. Here you go. I'm giving you like my percentage. But what God was after was thanks and gratitude for being able to provide to what was it? Abel had the vegetables and Cain had the animals. Am I right, Cece?
Yes. Abel had the vegetables and Cain had the animals.
Right. So basically what it is just gratitude to God for providing for us. How it came into a 10% tithe and all this, once again, was a man-made thing. How I tithe, because JJ, what I was going to say to you is when I came out here to Kentucky, I came on a domestic violence. So me and my son, we had like one bag. That was it. I had no money, no nothing, and I felt like bamboozled. Like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I can't tithe. And I felt like, oh my gosh, that was like devastating to me. And so what I did is every Sunday I would bake something. I'd bake muffins or cookies, and the best that I had, I gave to the church.
All right, you're breaking up again.
It wasn't monetary. It turned, and this is just my opinion, okay? This is just my belief. Fiddle farts. Okay.
No, you sound fine now.
Better?
Okay. Now I don't hear you at all. Are you talking?
Is he gone?
Ay, caramba. That's
Is she
life,
still
I
in here?
guess.
Sorry, I'm looking somewhere else.
She will probably be back up as soon as she can get signal in her apartment. So we'll be patient, but I do want to address, if V-Star is listening, I do want to address the 10% thing. And Josh, you can back me up on this if you're familiar with the scriptures. It was Abraham when he defeated the Canaanites and came back with Lot. And Melchizedek came out to greet him as a king of whatever province they happened to be in at the time. I forgot. But the 10% tithe is what we, as Protestants at least, I'm not sure about what the Catholics do for tithing. But the 10% comes from that, because Abraham gave 10% of everything that he owned to Melchizedek in that situation. And so that is where the 10% comes from. Now, do churches need to be supported? Yes. Should you be giving money to churches? If you are a member of that church, absolutely. You should be supporting that church.
Agreed.
If you are not going to a church, should you feel bad about tithing or not tithing?
No, you
Go
shouldn't
ahead,
feel bad at
Bill.
all.
What do you think?
Absolutely not.
Really?
And I would
Josh,
also add,
I expected Rambling Canuck to at least say something.
well, I was about to. I would also add that, especially if you have a small church or a small or a large church with a very small base. So the base of the church is small, but the actual building, that's Augustine. Augustine is a huge building, but the base is small. So people who have gone there for years and years and years and seen the different transitions and the lifers, shall we say, that base is small. So let's say you're in a situation where you cannot financially support the church. I would say in those situations, manning the manning the table at the after the service for serving coffee and sandwiches and stuff, being the person who steps up and manages that, being the person who supplies the cookies for that fellowship after service, which we have in ours. I know not every church does it, but mine does, is more valuable in some senses than the person who drops $100 and walks out.
For sure.
Yes,
the thing about charity, the thing about charity or giving in any sense is not so much how much you give, but when is usually the most important part. Is doing it when it's needed most rather than doing the most.
Yeah.
Because if you do it when it's needed the most, it has a far more, it's far more impactful than if you just give a lot. And as far as the giant church with a small base, I feel like they may need to think about some things. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, something's
the
happening.
Structure is there. The structure is there. It's just the congregation isn't that big anymore. So the structure's been there for 200 years, 150 years, something like that.
Oh, okay.
They're
I'm talking like that.
holding
I was
services.
picturing.
Well, okay. Let me explain it this way. Okay, look at my avatar.
Mhm.
That's Augustine.
Okay, sorry. I was thinking it was like a church that at one point was really big. The congregation was really big, and they
No. I
you
mean
know, this nice
building
building and
wise.
stuff. And then, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it
Augustine
had
is a
this big-
city block.
I know. What I was picturing was a big church, right? That had a big congregation, and then people started leaving, and now they're stuck with this giant building, and they're not able to either draw in the people, more people, or what have you. I didn't know it was like a historical church that we were speaking of. That's why I
Gosh,
said
that's
they
all
had
over
things
New
to
York
say.
City. There's these huge churches and they're empty on Sunday. The only
Yeah.
day that they're at capacity is Easter
Christmas?
and midnight mass.
Christmas. Yep.
Now, midnight mass. Nobody wants to mess up their Christmas. They're hungover.
Oh yeah.
They're all
Well, yeah. It's all
they go
midnight mass. Yeah. But no, with Augustine, it's quite frankly, it's just they still have roughly the same amount of people that they've always had. I mean, there was the heydays. I mean, there used to be a time when they had to open the second floor. But nowadays, I mean, right now, where Augustine is, there is 5 churches within a 2-minute walk that have sprung up over the years.
Sounds like the Burnover district back in the day.
Right. So I mean, and actually, there's 3 that Augustine basically in the summertime, because that's when most of your congregation is gone, because they have families and people go on vacation. They for a while they would hold service in 3 different churches. So for 3 weeks, the services would be held in Augustine. 3 weeks they'd be held in the other church. 3 weeks they'd be held in the other church. And it was a way for the congregations to get to know each other.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they do.
I actually like the communities that have the churches that come together for ecumenical services. I really do enjoy those. Not for the for the ecumenical aspect of it, meaning all denominations come together and we can all worship together in that setting, which is it's more and more rare in Christian communities.
Yeah, I mean, I think even like sorry, but like even outside of just Christianity, like not coming together to worship, because that's going to be a little complicated for if you have the temple and the get a little, but having connections in the religious community, I think it's vital, and I don't know if that's still happening, where you have Catholicism and Islam and Judaism and Christianity just all not worshiping together, but having a respect for each other in helping out when the other may be in need, and that shows more to the world than like, nah, they're wrong. Let me tell you how it is.
Yeah, that's been my major nitpick is like even like Mr. CCTV and I talked about it last night when we were talking about this show. One of my, I guess, moments where I sit back and just shake my head and go, "You guys are morons," is the fact that you can have a United Church, an Anglican Church, and a Protestant church all in the same row. Now, if they argue amongst each other, it is rather humorous because there are slight differences, very slight. But for all intents and purposes, they are a different color of the same cloth for the most part. I mean, when you get to the bare bones, which all broke off of the Church of England, which is the Protestant religion. They're all breakoffs of that main thought.
Right.
And I sit there and I look at it and it's like, okay, I was literally in a room once where a Baptist was trying to tell a person from a United Church that their belief system was completely wrong and they needed to come to the Baptist church. And I'm like, you realize that you're maybe 2 shades different? There's not much difference here, folks. Not much at all.
I know my dad used, and he was joking, but he would be like, as far as other denominations, I mean, Methodists, I guess they're okay, but not the rest, not those the ones that speak in tongues. Anybody got me? They lay the hands on.
Oh, the evangelistical.
Pentecostal, that's it, Pentecostal. Yeah, he's like, Methodists, they're fine. Now those Pentecostals.
yeah. But and I find it funny because at the core of it, for the most part, when you get down to the meat and bone,
yeah,
a lot of them are the same. It's just there are slight differences.
Usually, when it comes to baptism, they can differentiate there.
Yes.
Trying to think, it's different, slight interpretations.
Communion is another big one.
Yeah, and Southern Baptist and Baptist is mainly dancing between those two. Like, can you dance? Can you not? I don't think that's true. That's all
red on Sunday.
I'm sorry, I was answering a text. How did we get off of tithes?
Sorry about that. That was me. I'll take the rap on that.
You got it, you give it. If you don't, you don't. Can't have a 3-hour conversation about this.
No, we can't. So the next subject, JJ, Sith Lord, my brother.
High-tech redneck.
You were telling us a subject that I wanted to talk about very, very much. So if you put the subject out there and we can banter it around and kick it back and forth. What do you think?
Well, what I had started to mention was a couple years ago I got pretty much a life-threatening assessment on my heart, and after I came out of the hospital, I just came to the conclusion that, why stress? Stress is a big killer. So I've just learned to live as much of a stress-free life as I can. If I can't physically change it, pay somebody to fix it, put my hands on and turn the direction of it, I don't worry about it. And that's pretty much all I was going to do with that. It's just trying to keep myself going on the straight and narrow, but at the same time, not bothering myself with the petty struggles of everyday life that you can't really change. They always say one voice can make the difference, but right now I feel like my voice is so buried that my voice would never make a difference. So that's where I was going with that. So I don't know.
Yeah, we can tell.
Okay. God, that's a hard one.
What's hard about it?
Like I said, I live by one thing: do the right thing. But at the same time, I'm not going to turn a blind eye to someone doing wrong or what I think they're doing wrong. I'm talking about obvious reasons, not being judge, jury, and executioner of the subject. Because it's not my place to judge anyone for any reason. But if I feel like they could use a little correction, I might throw a little words of encouragement there or try to point you in the right way. But it's up to you to what you do with the information I give you.
And actually I was just about to state that, because one of the people I learned a lot of basically what it is to live life was my father. And my father's, even when I was growing up, my dad would always sit me down and go, okay, this is what you want to do. Here's my suggestion. Here's my advice. I'm going to tell it to you. Now, whether you take it or not, that is up to you. Now, if you don't take my advice and you completely fall on your face and this all crashes and burns, I'll be there to pick up the pieces, but I will let you make that mistake.
Well, of course, because I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the best lessons we learn as people, not just adults, as people. Some of the best lessons we learn are the hard ones.
Of course.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Any champion in almost any sport would tell you they learn more from a loss than they ever did a win.
Mm-hmm.
Yoda told us that.
Who did?
Yoda.
Yeah. Failure is
You're
the
a
best
Sith,
teacher.
and you got that. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Andrew Solomon, he's a pretty interesting guy. He talks about how, like, we can do away, like, we can be who we are without our, like, joys, but not without the tribulations and the trials, because that's how we're formed as who we are. Like, if you do away with the dragons, you do away with the heroes. Kind of.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. At the that was pretty much at the end of my testimony. I didn't really know what else to say other than that. It's just I just
that's
chill
why
out.
I wanted to turn it into a subject. So and I know I've heard the story from you before, so it's not new to me. That's why I thought that's a perfect time to cut off JJ and turn into a subject for this stream. So
here's the thing. All right, I'm gonna lay it out. Josh was nice enough to give a little background on his past, and here's a little bit of mine. Back in May of 2018, actually the end of April, all of May of 2018, I was in the hospital for 5 weeks. They diagnosed me with congestive heart failure. And they were trying to make preparations. They had to go in and do heart surgery on me. And, things happened. Medications didn't work, whatever. So, so it was postponed. Well, under a lot of thought, a lot of deliberation with myself and others, family members, friends, I've decided not to have the surgery. And in turn, I just put my faith in the Lord. Because like I said, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And it's how we go is pretty much what's in question. So I just I've started to bring my life more around. Like I said, I've been listening to my Bible more. Me and my brother talk more. And it's the only solace I really have at this moment. Am I about to start going to church? Not really. Not yet. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Am I going to start walking around with complete strangers, professing the word of God? Probably not. I never have. But I will shed light of encouragement on people if I see they truly need it. But it's I'm learning as I go. We as a species is still very young, so all we can do is learn.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually gone around with strangers and passing out tracts and trying to tell people that they need to become Christians in order to be happy and things like that. And you know what? I'm glad we're on this subject.
Quite simply, the way I put it is, I'm not gonna step out into the world and try to teach something that I don't completely understand. Which, don't get me wrong, we will never completely understand it. But
True.
at the same time, I'm not going to be a kindergartner trying to teach high school algebra.
Yeah, and to touch on one thing that you said earlier about that, it reminded me of my dad, and yes, I'll probably use my dad as an example because he is the man that I strive to be. When it got near the end with my dad, we went to Cancer Care Manitoba and sat down with the doctor. And the doctor gave my father the gloomiest, doomiest speech he could, informing him of all the reasons why he couldn't go for surgery, informing him all the reasons why he couldn't have chemo. And when I saw my dad, I was expecting to have to reach out to him and hold him. I was expecting him to be crying because, in a sense, the doctor was telling him, "You're going, and there's nothing we can do. The best we can do is keep you comfortable. That's it." And my father, with a smirk on his face, looked up at the doctor, and his immediate question wasn't, "Well, how long do I have?" Wasn't the question. Wasn't, "Are you sure there's nothing you can't do?" No. My father's first question out of his mouth was, "Are you done?" And the doctor looked at him quite confused and said, "Yeah, that pretty much sums it up." "Great, because I need to go for a smoke."
Perfect.
That was my dad's exact reaction to that speech. And I took so much away from that. You could have sat there and went, "Why is me? Are you sure? Oh, come on, there's got to be something you can do." So my dad just heard it, accepted it, and moved on. That's simple. But yeah, what you were saying kind of reminded me of that.
Oh well, yeah. The things I had to grow up with was my mom. My dad worked all the time. When he was home, he was a butt, a very big butt, might I add. And I don't mean like as in butt. I mean as an ass.
Yeah, you can say ass. That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if God can make an ass talk, you can say ass.
Well, no. It's just he always. This is what I grew up learning from my father.
Talk too.
If they called you, you're their friend. They wanted something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, and I grew up most of my life that way. I called people my friends, but it always gave me that okay, I got eyes in the back of my head type feel. Now,
Yeah.
being an adult, I'm I know that, you know, family is what you're born with. Friends are family that you choose.
Absolutely.
And I call very few people my friends. I have a ton of people I get along with. I have acquaintances, ex, uh, ex co-workers, but I have a few people I call my friends. Um, and 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 that has greatly expanded since coming to YouTube. There's been a few of us that have stuck together. There's a few of us that that know one another, know personal things about our personal lives. We call each other's brothers and sisters, uh, and we stand behind that. But I'm not going to sit here, like I said, and try to uh, preach because I have no place, I have no right, because I have no clue. And sometimes it's just good to get things like that off somebody's chest.
Sure. The biggest problem I have with the church right now, what the church should be doing and what the church is actually doing, is they are sending kids out to, and I touched on this a little bit. They're sending kids out to try and get others to join the church.
Wait, that's not a new thing.
No, it's not a new thing. I was one of those kids who was sent out to try and get others to join the church. What I'm saying is, and this touches on JJ's subject, I was asked a question by someone that I had handed a tract to, and I could not answer the question. And I was so embarrassed. Of course, now I know a whole lot more, but at the time, it was just one of the most embarrassing situations in my teenage life. Like, here, you need to come to our church and be happy. And they were like, oh, well, what did you think of Malachi and his predictions? And I went, huh?
That came out of left field.
Well, no, it touches a little bit on JJ's subject.
No. I mean, the question that the person asked in the moment. Oh, darn, that's out of left field. Darn it.
Dang, I don't know that one. Ask me another one.
Hit me again.
Yeah. Keep ringing the bell. I swear I'll answer a question one of these days. So I could do it now, but at the time I was really embarrassed. And so I don't know. What should the church be doing instead of sending children out to try to proselytize? What do you guys think?
Attract people. Don't send children out or anybody out to knock on people's doors. You say God is almighty. He's all powerful. If your church has something to offer, it will vibrate that. People will be attracted to that. When you have to go out and do a sales job, right there's something wrong.
Yes, I would agree with you 100%, Lori Roberts.
Growing a church through corporate structure is, in my opinion, not the best way to grow a church.
Now, if you have a child and in that child's heart, they have a friend that they really feel that they want to bring to church, that's a whole different story because they've been given that feeling and they've been given that feeling from God. So, of course, the child could say, I'd like you to come to church with me if you want. But to go out and knock on doors and recruit is repulsive to me. I'm sorry.
No, I agree with you 100%.
I absolutely agree with you, Lori, on that point. Absolutely 100%.
I do to a point. I just want to add, though, that we need to be careful because that feeling of wanting that friend to come to church could also be influenced by not only the parents, but Sunday school, the services as well. Like,
what I was meaning without influence, if someone has,
I know,
that's
an organic thought. Organic thought.
Yes, my daughter, of course, would invite her friends to go to church.
Children are smarter than you think.
Yes.
Having 4 of them, I agree with you, Lori.
Cast in the Shadows is here. Howdy, Cast in the Shadows.
And
holy
also,
cow. I know we're talking about a subject that a lot of people don't like to talk about, but I think Cast in the Shadows may have a unique perspective on this topic if he read the what we're actually talking about, and if he's willing to come on up on the panel.
Yes, what the church is doing wrong.
Yes.
What the church is doing wrong.
You know you're never
Yes.
living that one down, right?
God,
Mr.
I'm never
CCTV?
living that one down. I know.
We're gonna call you Wong Wei from now on.
I kind of feel like I have the answer to what the church is doing wrong, and it's just being equated, both within the church and outside the church, of being an organized religion. It just, that we've came so far from the New Testament. Christianity is supposed to be the servant of the world.
A lot of churches are more corporate structured than they are helping the people structured.
Yeah, it's organization for the religious when it should be a servant to the world.
Yes,
it's about,
and that is the whole point that Rambling Canuck and I wanted to get across today, is that churches are supposed to be the ones out there handing out masks, handing out food, and helping people pay their bills, their light bill and their sewer bill. And it's just absolutely insane that they're still asking for money right now.
Well, but when the 70s came, the government wanted to do that for you. Churches used to do a lot of charity. When a family was down on their luck or whatever, a church would step in. Now you go on welfare, you get help with your electric, you do this, you do that. People they have the government for that.
Well, I'm sure there's still churches out there that help.
Hold on, everyone. I want to address this. Cast in the Shadows. If you just intend to make jokes, then I don't. But if you have an actual point of view from an atheist point of view or an agnostic point of view, I would gladly have you up on the chat. I invited my atheist and my agnostic friend to come on to the chat with me to talk about this subject. It's unfortunate that they haven't been able to come on the chat, but if you're just intending to make jokes, stay in the chat and make the jokes there, and I'll laugh at them. Okay?
So, Mr. CCTV, I would answer your question, and I'm going to try to pronounce this right, but I probably won't be able to, so it'll probably sound absolute trash. But oh well. My thought on this is one of the main things the church is doing wrong is that they are trying to indoctrinate instead of congregate.
Oh, that is brilliant. Oh, that should be a hashtag.
It's a little long for a hashtag.
It is a little long for a hashtag, but yes, I absolutely agree with you. That is a brilliant observation. I love that.
Well, I mean,
and that is my biggest pet peeve with organized religion.
I'll save my response for the next topic.
As a matter of fact, it's time to move on to the next topic, and it is yours. So you get to introduce it. Go ahead, Josh.
So yeah, in Christianity, man, I really wish I would have known this was coming up. I would have went over all my notes and everything when I
I know the feeling.
So basically in Christianity, you have three eschatological ideals, meaning what happens to us after we die. You have traditionalism, universalism, and conditionalism. Traditionalism is your heaven, your hell. You have an age of accountability. Once you reach that point, you are now accountable for all of your sins. And if you do not accept Jesus and do whatever it is, that process is for that, for whatever denomination we're talking about. Because, it varies not only the age, but of accountability, but also like, do you have to be baptized? Do you not, all that stuff. That's traditionalism. Conditionalism is similar. There's a heaven and the hell. However, when the second coming happens, God will destroy hell completely, and any souls that were down there will be gone, period, out of existence. Universalism is that, and again, all of these have varying like variations, different variations that you could come across, but this is baseline. Universalism is the idea that eventually everyone will come to know and to love God, and God will accept everyone.
That's me.
Yeah, that's me too. And so that's your three basic. What I was gonna say about what Canuck said, and it kind of leads to like if you look at the hellfire and brimstone preachers, like if you think about what's happening there, because when I was raised in when I was coming up, in church, the concept of hell gets never set right with me. You know what I mean? Because it just it didn't feel right.
I do actually know what you mean, and I will explain that. The concept of brimstone and hellfire came from a verse that.
I didn't mean it literally. I meant if you don't accept Christ, you're going to be burning in hell. You know what I mean? Not like that's what I mean by
okay.
Yes, is just that almost militant church of scaring people into loving God and accepting
by
Christ.
fear.
Yes.
Okay. That's an excellent way to describe it. Excellent way to talk about it. So, everyone, go ahead. Do you think that being a hellfire brimstone preacher, you are going to go to hell and burn forever, and your skin is going to burn for eternity? Is that a good way to get people into the church?
No.
And
you know what? There's an old. There's
an hell. Like what?
Yeah, precisely, Lori. And the other one I would state to that is the preachers who preach that forget the old adage, the old farmer's adage, that you reap what you sow. And if all they're sowing is fear, then fear is all that they'll grow.
Now, Cast in the Shadow said, I didn't want to make jokes. I actually think it's great that you're covering more serious topics. Thank you, by the way. I'm really not joking about that. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment on that. I don't believe that your opinion would be relegated to a lower status at all. I mean, you're an intelligent feller.
You're doing what we just talked.
He knows what the real Optimus Prime looks like.
You're trying to force him up here like they're trying to force people to accept Jesus. You're doing the same thing we just talked about.
Kudos.
I didn't say you had to come up on the panel. I just
no, you're doing the grandma
right?
thing. You're doing the grandma thing of guilting him up here.
Peer pressure, ladies and gentlemen. Peer pressure.
Yeah, I mean, look, grandmothers run religions. I don't know if you noticed this. Like, I've seen it. Like, it's the grandmothers that are like, well, because the moms would be like, no, we got to go because your grandma, she's, it's the day. You know what I mean? Like, even with they control. Like, they're the only reason any of us really went to church to begin with, because you just don't want her to be sad with you.
No,
in my case, there's other cases where they're beating you.
I went in my youth because of my girlfriend.
Oh, okay, that's another big.
That's a totally different subject.
Yeah.
Totally different common denominator.
I've been in some weird churches through that route.
Well,
first time I ever had hands laid on me.
Well, when I was 13, 14,
hey, I grew up Pentecostal. You better be careful about that.
No, I'm just saying, like, how about you go in there as a 16-year-old for the first time and have somebody come up and do that? It's shocking.
Are you kidding me? We used to make out on the back of the church bus.
Oh, well, of course. Hands check. We all know that from.
What's that, Lori Roberts? I didn't hear that.
we're talking about a different kind of laying hands than the back of the head.
Yeah, just a little bit.
My bad.
Lay hands on me in the bell tower, please.
Y'all
Let
ready to
me
do the
ask
whole
you
hands
something,
check?
Mr. CCTV.
Remember how we said we weren't going to go off the rails, Mr. CCTV?
Hey, we're still talking about churchy stuff. I think Lori was yelling at me. Go ahead, Lori.
I just wanted to ask you a serious question. Do you believe in hell?
I do. I believe in a literal hell, but it is not the hell of brimstone and fire that most people think of. My literal hell would be a complete and total separation from God as we know God.
Yeah.
So it is a blackness that is total, a total blackness. And so we as spiritual beings cannot live in a situation where we are completely cut off from God. And that is what my hell looks like. It
Now,
is
would that be
not
for eternity?
Yes, for eternity.
Okay.
So we are eternal souls. Even Lori Roberts believes we're eternal souls and we're reborn, which is fine.
I don't believe anybody goes to hell. Nobody is in hell. There is no hell.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can come at a little lighter of a touch. No, like the reason being, like, I knew this kid in high school, nicest guy ever. Everyone loved him. He never hurt anyone. Never went to church. 16 years old, coming back, just got done with the football game. He's like just blocks away from his house, maybe 2-3 blocks. He falls asleep, hits a tree, dead.
Mm-hmm.
He's in hell for all eternity because there was let's say 13 is the age of accountability. He had a 3-year window. I mean, we live in this is an ephemeral existence to begin with. It's done like that, and you cut that down to 3 years to make a choice of whether of where you're going to spend eternity. And if you don't make the right one, you're done.
I understand how frustrating that concept is. Trust me, I do. I really do. Let me go ahead and tell a story real quick, and then you can make your point. I, of course, grew up in South Central Los Angeles, a huge Mexican community. So when my friend of 9 years old was diagnosed with leukemia and died, I went to his funeral. And we were friends. We would ride bikes together. We would do all kinds of things together. I never knew he was Protestant.
Right.
But that's not the point of the story. The point of the story is he was 9 years old and he died, and it really rocked my world at that point. Like, how is this boy, my friend, dying of leukemia at 9 years old? But I had faith. And when I went to his funeral, I was expecting a Catholic funeral because I had been to a Catholic wedding prior to that. And so I was expecting a 3-hour ceremony where we were all standing up and kneeling and sitting and standing and kneeling and sitting all day long. Turned out to be a Protestant service. So I was like, oh, I know all these songs. But it's not, for me, it's not about the age of accountability. It's not about how old you are if you die. It's about what you believe when you die. Do you believe there is good in this world? Do you believe there's good in this world? That's what I want to know.
Well, hold on now.
That's the real trick question, isn't it?
Well, hold on now. What do you think is the I don't want to say cutoff, but like what qualifies you to be in heaven and hell? Is it just what you just said, or is it like you were raised Pentecostal, so like
I was raised Pentecostal. I actually
have
a theory in this case. I have a theory. It's not a proven fact. I have a theory in this case.
Well, I mean, none of these are proven facts. let's be real. Like, no one has died and came back and like, so here's the deal. I mean, there's been people that claim that, but who's going to listen to a little kid? Sorry, go on.
I like that movie. Shut up.
Sorry. Again, there's still some mad.
Anyway, this is my theory. All right. So you've got kids, and there's no age of accountability. They say 7, they say 13. The fact of the matter is, until you are a sapient being, able to think for yourself, you are not accountable. So regardless of whether that be 7 years old or 18 years old, if you are not a sapient being who is capable of thinking for yourself, then you are not of the age of accountability. All right. And so it is, in my opinion, possible for folks of 16 years old to die and still go to heaven. And again, Lori asked me if I believe in a literal hell. I do. I do believe in a literal hell and a literal heaven. So this is what I am talking about. So I do believe that kids of 16 years old can go to heaven, even if they have never accepted Jesus as a savior.
And they can go to hell.
Darth Haskell just asked a great question. Could we be in hell now?
Oh,
I feel like it.
I would really love to respond to that, because I've actually put a lot of thought on to this, because when I got hit in Iraq, I was in a Bradley. If you don't know what that is, it's like a tank but smaller. It's a piece of crap. Watch Pentagon Wars. I think it's
fighting vehicle. Gosh.
Yeah, it was made out of aluminum. Let's not get into the vehicles. Trust me on this. It's horrible. Anyway, I was the driver that day. There's a lot of other stuff that led up to this, but there's one point I just wanted to talk about though. So when we got hit, I was knocked unconscious. Not for long, just a second or two. And when I came to, just engulfed in flames. And I couldn't hear anything because all the comms were down, the power was out. I know I tried to lower the ramp on the back for the guys because we had 2 guys in the back. I took it off the hinges, but it wouldn't go down because there was no power. And I can't describe the deafening silence. It was unlike anything. I couldn't hear the fire. There was no comms. There was nothing. Just utter silence. And I mean, I've never felt so isolated and alone and abandoned, And luckily, when I opened the hatch, it was a little tough sometimes on the little thing. Like, it wouldn't stick all the time. I had to mess with it sometimes, but it locked. And I got on front of the vehicle, still on fire. And the vehicle was still moving because I didn't hit the brake because I came to and I was on fire. So I didn't think about hitting the brake. My bad. And I jumped down. And I'm taking off my eye vest, my Kevlar, because it's still burning and the vehicle's coming towards me. It's still rolling right towards me now. And I was like, I could lay down, let it go over me because there's enough clearance, or I could try to roll out the way. And I did. And I was inches from being run over by my own vehicle. And I hit some dirt and was able to put myself out. But that feeling that I had before I got out, it haunted me for a long time. And I went a lot of different ways with it. So to me, hell wouldn't be for hell to really, really impact anyone. It would have to have hope, because there's nothing more crushing in life than to have hope and for it to fail. And what do? We rebuild out of the rubble that is our life, and whatever it is, we rebuild. Well, you know what? We're going to do this. We're going to make our way back. And then it crushes over and over and over again. So honestly, if hell is absent of hope, then it's not really hell. Because that constant, like Sisyphus in the boulder, you know what I mean? Over and over again, it's pushing it up. And I could go now beer canoe on this, but I'm not. But like, anyway, but yeah, no. So
I'm doing better. Here's another thing to hit me. I'm doing better. Here's another thing to hit me. Hey, I feel better today. Here's another thing to hit me.
It's
all right.
Being in that quicksand.
Hold on, Josh.
Sorry.
We really need to be quiet for Rosetta, because
I'm sorry, I can barely hear her.
Yeah, she's making some good points, but it is extremely quiet.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of on a bad system right now.
That's better. Okay.
It's a little wonky right now in the hotel.
Yeah, no worries.
But no, I mean, I completely understand what he's talking about. With the hardest thing in life is to keep feeling like you're getting better, you're getting out of things, just to get hit again and again and keep falling back. It's that one step forward, two steps back. Always feel like you're further behind than you were before. Because you get that one moment where you just feel this exhilaration, this I'm going to do it. Fuck everything I've been through. I'm going to find a way, just to fall back again.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling. I really do.
I think
we've gotten to this point. I know. I want to know your opinions on what you think the church should be doing versus what the church is actually doing, and it's gotten into religious discussions that have very little to do with that actual subject.
I think it has everything to do with it. I mean, it's the foundation of the church. Like, before we can talk about what the church should be doing, we should talk about what the church is or isn't or should or shouldn't.
Rosetta, you are completely silent at this point.
Like, I can't hear you at all.
Freaking crap.
There you go.
Are we talking about any particular church or just...
No, the church with a big C. So that
okay, that's why I'm asking, because it does vary the answers.
Catholic, Protestant, mosques, anything that would be considered a religious organization. What should these things be doing now that they are not doing?
Mm-hmm. Well, I could say for the Christian side of things, what I found is a lot of the things that I have a lot of problems with is that most of the churches seem to focus more on the superficial and how they look and how society views them, not so much on the charity and the members anymore. It's all about, can you reach this mega status? Can you get more people in? Can you get more tithes in? And a lot of churches have lost their way, and you really have to search for that little church that's still trying to live the biblical charity, the biblical compassion, where you care more about helping others than if your church ever makes it. Or that's where I see the problem is. I hate to say this way, because I'm sure it'll anger some people, the whole entire Word of Faith movement, where it's, if you have an illness, if you're disabled, then you just don't believe enough. That attitude. I think it's the antithesis of what's supposed to be Christian, to not want to help those in need, but instead put them down. And it's something I'm seeing more and more in more churches.
And that's what we're talking about, Rambling Canuck. Rambling Canuck and I were talking about this for an hour last night. We've been talking about this for 3 hours or 4 hours now.
Is that why I saw him nodding with me there and then shaking his head?
No, it is something that absolutely must be done. The churches should be taking care of people, not taking care of themselves.
Yeah, that's what I said. Not to be an organization for the religious, but to be servant to the world.
And to be a servant to God, which also means, as he said, you will be a martyr in my name. You will suffer in my name. That also means you will give of yourself. You will help others even when it hurts.
Yes.
Guys,
And,
I gotta bounce. I have to get up in the morning.
Yep, no problem, Lori.
I hope I didn't derail you too bad. Josh, don't let them indoctrinate you. Stay strong.
No worries.
Have a good one, Lori.
Roberts. Thank you for joining us. It was a great time. Would you like to plug anything before you go?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
See, sometimes I can be deep.
By the way, CC, if you don't mind, like I think that we should take that universalism, traditional, the whole eschatological conversation and put that on a different stream, separate from what you got going on here. Because there's a lot to dig in there, man.
Oh, go another 4 hours on that. But I think I think on a generalization, as I said, the church as a whole has got to get away from indoctrination and get back to congregation. They wonder why the pews are emptying. And it's because your first introduction to most churches is not a pleasant one. You are the enemy and must be converted.
Yeah,
and when you attack someone out of the gate, their immediate reaction is to go into defend mode. And once a person has gone into defend mode, it doesn't matter what you say because they're not hearing what you're saying. What they're hearing is wah, 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 wah. And whatever you say, they're going to disagree with you just on damn principle.
See, that keys so much to the experience I had when we first moved to the city we've been living in, was trying to find a church, trying to find a place to keep my faith, to practice my faith. And every church is, well, we got to correct you, which denomination, which behaviors are right. They didn't want to get to know you. They wanted to make you stay.
Mm-hmm.
And the instant they acted that way, I went and tried another. And I had actually given up to the point where we were just doing studies, me and my husband together, when I stumbled upon my now pastor, because she was actually out there doing outreach with kids in need. And at the time I stumbled into her, I was in full Gothic attire, black lips, velvet dress with slits and all. And she's hugging me like a long lost sister.
Yep.
There's a difference.
That's another one of my pet peeves. If you walk into your church and they let you know that there's a dress code, turn around and walk out the door.
Yeah, go to a different church.
That's just my thought on that.
I agree 100%. There's also another, because one of the things that's kept me from going to church is I don't want to have to, I don't have all my suit stuff. I may have to go get a tie. You know what I mean? And because I want to go and be under, but the other strategy when it comes to witnessing the people, the whole, if you're not being aggressive and attacking, you're being just let me help you. You're lesser than, because you're
lesser
the other.
than, yes.
Yeah, you're the other.
Yeah, and that is a major issue, right?
Yeah.
And sorry, go ahead, Rosetta.
I was gonna say, and that's one of the issues with what comes to charity. It's the same issue we get with a lot of the social justice versus conservative and other stuff, is people on both sides that look down upon the people that they're supposed to be being tolerant of, because they're either, oh, you poor people, you can never do it on your own, or it's, well, why are you pandering to these people? They're not working as hard or stuff. And the truth is, we're all just people trying to get along. And the more you stop look at people that way, just look at, well, what are you going through now? Is there something I can do to help you with that as a fellow human being, instead of judging each other? That's the way to approach trying to help people with charity and stuff.
I think
Jedi Bill, if you would like to join us, the link is up there in the chat. I would like to have you on. I know you're getting ready for the soup, and I will end this. I honestly, in about 40 minutes, I'll end this so we can all join the soup.
Real quick though, I'm sorry, real quick. I was never a conservative, despite growing up in East Texas on a ranch, Baptist. I never was. It just wasn't my thing. But I got to say, when it comes to accepting other opinions or whatever, I can have conversations with conservatives who will listen to my opinion and attack me. Unlike the far left.
Hold on one second. You guys do actually know what my name means, right?
Yeah,
I do.
Well,
oh yeah, I do.
Disabled veterans.
Conservative
Christian. Disabled
veteran.
Right.
So I am a conservative Christian. I do believe in conservative Christian faith and values.
Centrist, libertarian, Christian belief morality is a very difficult fine line to walk with freedom in this country.
And that's why I love you guys so much, because there are so many different point of views out there.
Right.
And everybody is always in their own little church, in their own little town, or, huge city, whatever the case may be.
Trash city. Holy crap.
My whole Mad Mardigan.
Another.
Yeah, well, just like my whole Mad Mardigan guy, like, there is not a stream on YouTube from the far left that would let me on there whatsoever. The first hint of a joke that I do, I'm out of there. You get what I'm saying?
I do,
even if I'm going in.
Hold on, everyone, just for a moment. Welcome, Captain Trek.
Thank you.
Welcome, Cap.
Hey, Captain Sweetie.
Hey.
Do you actually have a point of view on the subject that we're talking about? What should the church be doing?
What should the church be doing? The church should be helping people. Unfortunately, it has become an organization of itself. The church is, we have to make money to, we got to pay our bills, of course. We got to pay our employees. We got to be able to build our organization so we can, increase the number of people that come in and increase the programs that we offer and blah, 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 blah. And it's all about money.
And how long have you been in chat? Because how much of that is the beginning of my tirade I went on?
And the tirade before that, and the tirade before that.
It's the same thing. This is the point. We all of us who are genuinely want to help each other, we all see the same issue. These churches are all about self and fame, gratification, and public face. They're not about living. And I have seen so many churches willing to go against what they claim is their church doctrine, what they claim is biblical truth, in order to get people to come into the church because they don't want to make people uncomfortable.
Now, I do believe that we have discovered what is wrong with
the other thing I would add to that, Cap.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Go for it.
Is not only are they, we need to make money, but when it comes to helping, a lot of churches now will be, are you a member of our congregation?
Exactly.
And that question should never come into the equation.
I have a story from college which will explain a lot of things. Now, I do believe when we're doing outreach to people, there is a part of it that also is we're supposed to help make sure that they have not just the resources they need, but the know-how of how to deal with it and all that stuff, because not all people who are coming in for help do. However, we're supposed to help people who are in need. When I was in college, I went through a very major period for medical for a while, and I lost a lot of my work shifts. I was in the cheapest apartment in town, and I couldn't pay the bills. For several months in and out of the emergency room. So my husband took me down to talk to a few of the churches because I don't believe in government handouts. I don't believe in going and taking from other people to feed me without their having a say in it. So I went to churches first to see if I could get some help to deal with this.
Yeah.
The first one we went to sat there during their service and talked about how much they've saved up to do all this supposed outreach and stuff. The second we talked to them,
they're never reaching out. Yes, I know.
The second we talked to them, they had a very specific statement. We don't give money to anybody if they're asking for it, no matter what the situation is. We just tell you how to spend your money correctly.
Uh-huh.
So
Exactly my point.
I'm sitting here with a stack of freaking bills showing you that I've been in the hospital. There's nothing I'm spending. That's the problem.
I'm gonna say this. There are a lot of churches out there that do, in fact, give out the money and give out the food and give out the shelter and things
I support
like that.
those, and I
there
help
are
every chance I
a
get.
lot of churches out there that do it, and I support those churches.
I do too.
So it's not every church.
Just that is a problem, though, is that mindset is growing in more churches now. It used to be you'd have a city and it'd have like 6 churches and all of them would have food banks. All of them would be out doing stuff with the homeless and the poor. Now you can go into a city and you have 200 churches and there might be 15 or 20 food banks in the entire city.
Yes.
That's a problem.
Hold on a second, Rosetta. Captain Trek, you got a point to make, please.
Yeah. See, the thing is, now, here's something that the church across the street from me does, which I don't even belong to. I've only been to once. Once a week, they will get sack lunches. It'll be like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or ham and cheese or whatever, bag of chips, couple of little things. Make them up. It's primarily for people with kids, but they'll make up all these sack lunches and take it out to the people who need it. That is one thing that's right with that church. They're not asking, are you a member of the church? They're not including their church schedule in it. It's more like, Happy Dinosaur 8000 on
he's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
He's
Okay. We all love Happy Dinosaur.
So that is the kind of thing they'll put that kind of message on the lunch sack. Have a happy day, have a blessed day, blah blah blah. Something like that. That's all. And it's very uplifting to actually see that. That is what the church should be doing.
And it is becoming more and more rare. You are absolutely correct, Captain Trek. It is becoming so much rarer than it was in the 80s and 90s that I despair for the church at this point.
So do I. I really do, because I used to see so many churches where they'd be walking the streets. Do you need something? What can I do for you? Helping people in these inner cities. And now they're trying to board off and hide from these neighborhoods. They don't go out. They don't help people. They chase them out basically when they come in. And that's not
Mr.
how
CCTV?
we're supposed to be.
Mr. CCTV?
Rambling.
I'm going to send you something on Discord. It's a link to a website. It'll be up to you if you post it or not.
All right.
It is a division of my church. So I'll send it to you, and then you can decide whether or not you want to.
Well, I'm certainly not going to display those pictures you share with me.
No. This is probably the most holiest thing I've ever sent you.
I was going to
All
say,
right, there you go. It's in your Discord.
All right. Oh, Oak Table. Okay, good. You mentioned Oak Table earlier.
Yes.
I was hoping that you would describe Oak Table. Let me go ahead and throw this up, and you can talk about Oak Table.
Okay.
For a few minutes. All right. So there it is. I'm going to share the tab. And it's all yours. Rambling Canuck, you've got 5 minutes to talk about Oak Table.
I'm not going to, since I got to condense this, so I'm not going to share it. I'll put the link in the chat, but basically this is what my church does. And every week, Monday to Friday, they open their doors for about 4 hours. And they serve coffee, and they serve mini sandwiches, biscuits. And also within this gives you access to members of the church that are into counseling, and they will sit with you, and they will try to meet you halfway. And here's the thing, as Anti-Trekker likes to say, to come to Oak Table, you don't even need to be a member of Augustine Church. You can be walking by one day and the doors open, you walk in, you sit down, you're handed a cup of coffee. You're not asked, did you come to church last Sunday? You're not even asked if you're coming to church next Sunday. And this is why Augustine will always be my home.
I absolutely love that. Just the heart of it.
That is the whole point. That is what I believe the point of the church should be.
Now, I'm going to dip here so I can try to stop back in at Soup because I have to finish getting stuff packed to leave the hotel in the morning.
All right, no worries.
One thing I want to ask everyone to do while I'm here before I dip off for a little bit is really do just spread things around, prayers and fundraising for anybody in Iowa and Illinois right now because this storm really trashed the states bad. It's horrible.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about my house. I'm worried about everyone else. So
I'm actually going to make this request right now, if you don't mind, Rosetta.
Go ahead.
Iowa and Illinois, if anyone in the community is near those states or is capable of helping, I would love for you guys to go and do that.
Yeah, because cleanup's really bad, and I'm not worried about me. My house is not that bad. My husband's going to take care of it. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about my neighbors. I'm worried about my city. And I want to make sure they're all okay.
And
So just help the people you can.
I am okay. God, how do I say this? Does it sound like I'm bragging on myself when I say I'm driving for 5 hours on Friday to get to a friend's house to help him clean up and bug bomb the apartment, and then getting a hotel room for myself, turning around and driving 5 hours back to my house on Saturday so I can co-host and host karaoke. All right. So does it sound like I'm bragging on myself?
A little bit, but at an earned one.
It's an earned one. It's a give me.
It's something I mean I have dealt with. We had a massive flood in 2008 that knocked out almost the entire downtown, did about $2 billion in damage, and it's what I'm seeing in the city before I left was far worse than the flood did, and it was the entire city and area around it, not just the downtown. It is unreal. I've never seen anything like it.
But thank you for coming up on the panel, Rosetta.
I love you guys. I hope I can make it over to the other in a little bit here. I got to get stuff ready to get going
and
in the morning.
speaking of which, Mr. CCDV, I think we've had a very good discussion, maybe even just a starter of a conversation that we can carry on another day. But I do believe you deserve at least 20-minute break before you've got to go and co-host the soup. Because I ain't doing it tonight, damn it.
No, I'm going to co-host for a couple of hours, and then I'm going to hit the sack myself.
So I would like to thank JJ, Captain Trek, Rosetta, Mad Mardigan, everyone who came up. everyone who said their opinion, whether they sided with myself, whether they sided with CCTV, whether they sided with anybody else in the chat. I want to thank everyone for a couple of things. One, that we were all able to come here, discuss this topic, and no one was rude.
Exactly.
No one was arrogant.
Absolutely brilliant. For 4.5 hours, we have been talking about this subject, and it has been pleasant.
May I make a suggestion for another topic?
Absolutely, Cap.
Okay. I think we need to discuss what the church should be doing. Now that we've discussed what the church isn't doing or where it's not going right, where should the church be going?
And not only that, but it's very easy, and I hope Mr. CC doesn't and Cap doesn't mind me adding this asterisk to that.
Not at all. You can add your asterisks to anything.
It is very easy to sit on the sidelines and say, well, they're not doing very good.
Right.
Well, they should be doing this. What I think what we should do between now and whenever that stream does happen is come up with ways and solutions, very real ones, that could put them on that path. Because it's very easy to sit there and say, this is what they should be doing. Well, how should they do that? I don't know.
Yes.
Should not be the answer.
No.
That is often the case with people who make suggestions.
So I think it is definitely a topic for another day, because I don't think Mr. CCTV has another 4.5 hours.
Oh no.
But I definitely like that. I like that train of thought, because we didn't quite get that far. We got to what's going wrong. We hadn't got to what some are doing right and where they could improve upon it, and where we'd like to see the church of the future, by church I mean the capital C, go to, where we'd like the destination to be. And I think that's something that we could definitely have a discussion about at another date. But again, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone in the chat, everyone on the panels that's come up and talked, gave their opinions. I want to thank everyone for, as I said, being cordial about it. Nobody was, well, you're wrong, and I was raised this way and you're wrong. Everybody was very accepting of other people's opinions, and I want to thank you all for that, because sometimes you can have conversations like this, and that is not how it is gone.
No,
and I'm so proud of this community right now, because we did it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and finish your thought. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. That was it.
These conversations often go so far south that it is. Well, I mean, you got people shouting at one another because their religion is different than yours, and that's not what I wanted this to be. And so, as a co-host, Rambling Canuck, you've been absolutely fantastic tonight. And I hope that as the host, I've been able to wrangle as many of the panelists as I've been able to. But, wrangling panelists is kind of difficult. So I love it that you were here, Rambling Canuck, as a co-host. Thank you so much. And you are absolutely correct that this is something that I would love to do again next week, and talk about what the church should do rather than what the church is doing wrong.
All right, Wong Wei, you go get yourself ready for your next stream.
Yeah, it's time to eat dinner and then get on for Insomniac Soup. So I hope everybody joins us over there. I've had a lot of fun, and thank you all for joining me and Rambling Canuck on this What the Church, etc. All right, everybody. Have a great night.
Good night, everyone.
Take her easy, folks.